Доброго ранку, пані
Good morning,
Рада вас
Madam Alyosina. We
бачити.
are happy
Доброго
to see
ранку
you.
всі
Good
колеги.
morning, all the colleagues.
Знаю, що вам
I know
треба
that
бежати,
you should run
тому
soon,
будемо
so
починати.
we will
Так?
start our event,
Будь
right?
ласка,
Please, the floor is yours.
слово.
Yes, thank you so much. Happy to see you, my dear colleagues and my dear partners. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to the fourth module of our training course, Principles of Public Administration. And today's focus, organization accountability and oversight, lies at the heart of effective governance. We all know that strong public administration isn't only about formal decisions or processes. It's about earning citizens' trust, being transparent and clearly assigning and responsibilities. And of course, making sure that each level of government works together in a coordinated and accountable way. And these topics are especially timely with our EU membership talks underway. Ukraine is moving toward deep reforms. And high-quality public administration is not just a requirement, it's a promise to our citizens and a signal of readiness to our European partners. And the National Agency of Ukrainian Civil Service is actively involved in this transformation. For us, it's an important area of work, from supporting reforms in human resources and internal audit to promoting integrity and improving coordination across institutions. We contribute to strengthening government authorities and aligning their practices with European standards. Today's model is about practical solutions. It's about how we build accountability, prevent corruption, and make sure institutions work better for people. We are grateful to the Sigma program for being a strong and reliable partner. Your expertise, your support, and your guidance have been essential in this journey. And my special thanks to Mr. Martyr Krievich for your commitment to Ukraine civil service development, as always. And I also warmly thank our speakers, Mr. Lech Marcinkovsky, Monica Kurian, and Mr. Elaster Swarvik for sharing your deep expertise with us. And I'm sure your insights help us see the bigger picture and move forward more confidently. So let's use today as an opportunity for meaningful exchange new ideas and concrete steps forward. Together, we're shaping a modern, professional and European civil service. Wishing you a productive session and inspiring discussions. Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую, пані Альошина.
Thank you so much, Madam Alyosina. I wish you a good day and see you next time. Dear colleagues, let's start. I will also be very brief. And sorry, I will continue in English. That's because, as you can see, my Ukrainian is not that great.
I'm very, very happy to see you all this morning. So many of you interested in the topic of the principles of public administration, especially in the area of organization, accountability, and oversight. But before going into the details of today's meeting, I really want to express on behalf of the Sigma program, all of my colleagues, deepest condolences in the light of the very barbaric attacks on Ukraine earlier this week. It's really heartbreaking to see what the aggressor is doing to very peaceful cities of Ukraine, especially in regard to the civilian population. So please accept our deepest condolences with all of the losses. Nevertheless, the life goes on and Ukraine keeps fighting. We keep supporting you as much as we can in our professional and also personal capacities. Today's topic is a hard one. I will not be lying. It is equally hard as the previous one that my colleague Lech was doing on the principles in the area of the public service and human resource management. And it is really, as Ms. Ilyushina said, tackling a number of issues that are aimed at building and ensuring that there is enough trust of the society into the public administration, into the government institutions, into the decisions that the government is making. In this regard, today we will, and you will, together with Lech and colleagues Monica and Alistair, go through a number of the principles that will start with the internal organization of the public administration institutions, really needed to ensure that the internal processes and procedures are as effective and as efficient as possible. You will then dive deep into something that is new to our principles, that is called more on multi-level governance things, meaning how the central and the regional local levels are interacting to ensure that there is this structural approach from the top to the bottom. We will also be looking at the checks and balances and how they are ensured vis-a-vis the independent institutions, meaning this parliament, the state audit institution, and also the ombudsperson, which are really important to ensure that there are institutions that can follow on a daily basis on the legality and implementation of all of the laws, bylaws, and also other things that are constantly providing the end result to the citizens and businesses. Last but not least, you will be also looking at issues related to integrity, which, as Ms. Ilyushina told, are super important for Ukraine, especially currently now with Ukraine's accession to the European integration, because as you know, there is a lot of attention on these aspects from the international partners. I want to use this opportunity to also tell you that last month in May, beginning of May, the OECD Secretary General, together with the Prime Minister Shmyhal, was opening and launching a report that was produced by our colleagues from Public Governance Directorate. It's called the Integrity Review of Ukraine. So I would definitely suggest for those of you who are interested in the topic of integrity to also have a look into this report, because besides what you will hear today from Lech and other colleagues on integrity structures from a more principled side of the things, on how things should be, in that report you would be able to look on what is the current assessment of the OECD of Ukraine's current status. So definitely stay informed also about those developments. But since I don't want to take time from Lech, knowing that he has a lot to say, and also learning from our previous modules experience that sadly enough, the online version of the trainings is super difficult and usually takes a bit more time than we would have in the in-person discussion with you in Kiev. I want to give the floor to Lech and wish you all a very nice, a very calm day, and definitely looking forward to continuing our cooperation also with the colleagues from the National Agency, from the Center for Adaptation, from the colleagues of the Higher School of Public Administration, and all of you, because at some point we will definitely be meeting, especially when Sigma will be in Kiev for our next assessment round. Дуже дякую і гарного всім і
Thank you so much, and I wish all of you a productive and interesting day.
Lech, floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just move to the presentation, starting from slide number 1. There it is, I hope. Good morning, everyone. A technical comment at the beginning. After the last training on PSHRM, Martin gave me an individual training on time management, and he explained the time difference. So I will not go 1 hour over the deadline. I launched several clocks here around me. I know I have about 45 minutes so that Monica can present principle number 14. Another introductory remark. Natalia Alyushina, thank you very much for inviting me, presented very nicely. She joined in her presentation several topics that are covered by our module number 4. These different topics also mentioned by Martins are within one area, but I will not be able, or we will not be able, to make all these connections, because we will go to principle by principle and indicator by indicator, and in this regard we tried to be very specific into what is principle 14, what is principle 16, but indeed they are interconnected. Finally, and this is something I will repeat many times, this training is not about everything a good administration should have, or the way the administration should be organized to be efficient and effective. We will be talking about the principles, sub-principles, but in details, we will focus on the methodological framework for measuring the application of the principles. So you will see that we have a number of sub-principles that are very important, that if we had a regular training, we would focus half a day on it. But we do not measure them. We do not measure because measuring would take a separate project, and we measure in the framework of our assessment that has a very precise timeline, and we cannot do more. And a very good example of this was also mentioned by Martins, the integrity review that our colleagues do. Well, this project would take, or took, almost a year and ended up with 200 pages. We could do this, but what we need to do in the assessment is to present a concise picture. So we focus on so many areas, actually 33 principles, that the integrity would be covered on 10 pages. But the principles that we will present will be covering everything. Okay, so this will be the introduction. I will speak for a moment and then give the floor to Monica Kurian to present Principle 14. This is why you don't see Principle 14 in this presentation. You do see Principle 16 about Supreme Audit Institutions. Then my colleague Alistair Swarbrick will join and present this. So, for those of you who did not join us for previous presentation, I'll start with information that the principles available also in Ukrainian language on our website are a standard or a framework of standards that define what good public administration is. That the principles in their version of 2023 were approved jointly by the European Commission and by the OECD, and that they are built on previous principles, the European Union acquis, on the OECD recommendations, on the international standards and good practices. And if you want to know what administration, the organization of administration should look like, well, actually, there's no better place than our principles. If you want to know what the Supreme Audit Institutions or how the Supreme Audit Institution should be organized, yes, you do have INTOSAI standards, but they are included into our principles as well. Next slide is just a reminder of the areas that we cover. They start from strategic and continuous improvement of public administration, go through policy development, coordination, public service and human resource management, and this is something we covered already, service delivery and digitalization, public financial management with internal and external audit, budget and public procurement. And actually, everything else that does not fit to any of these 5 areas has been put to a topic that is called organization, accountability, and oversight. Previously, just accountability. We didn't change much in the 2023 reform. Actually, we added MLG. We moved integrity from PSHRM. We expanded the integrity area, but this is the former accountability area. So if you look at your 2019 or 2021-23 assessment reports of Ukraine, you'll find many, if not all, of the previously covered topic under the OAO now, Organization, Accountability and Oversight. And for those who are not familiar, I'll explain that we have this framework of principles. And then we have this methodology which tells us, and I will present it in details, how to check, how to verify, and how to assess whether a country implements the principles. And we do this in order to produce a report that would compare the principles with the implementation and provide recommendations. And these reports, we have them for Ukraine, of course, but also for all other countries. And now with the methodology that is applied universally to all these countries, we can even make a comparison between all candidate countries. And there are also other possible ways of using our principles, not only for the assessment, but also for structuring your national strategic reforms for both public administration and public financial management. And Ukraine is a very good example of the strategy following the structure of our principles, when we often refer to this as a good example. Our principles and assessments inform the European Commission about the progress the countries make and help to structure the dialogue between the European Union and the countries. And we've seen some interest of our countries in using our framework for self-assessment. But this is not what we will be talking about today. We will focus on the principles and sub-principles and the methodology. I'll skip this slide to go to this nice chart, which shows the connections and the way the methodology is parallel to the principles. So we have these 6 large thematic areas, and then we have 32 principles, more or less 5, 6 per area. Then we have for each principle a number of sub-principles, more or less 10, as you can see, less than 10, but in our area it will be about 10. And for each principle then, we have, for principle, we have indicators that measure the implementation on a scale from 0 to 100. For each sub-principle, we have sub-indicator which groups several criteria, and then to assess individual criteria, individual sub-indicators, we have criteria, and then the criteria are not part of the principles. But if you want to understand at least the key performance indicators under each sub-principle, then you go to the methodology document, and then you'll find what are things that can be measured and prove that a sub-principle is implemented, or to what extent it is implemented. But in the principles, you will not find these criteria. You'll find them in the methodology, and I will explain, I will present almost all of them, not 1,700. This number covers all principles. We have a fraction of this. And when you use quantitative criteria, you can then make a summary of the implementation of the principles. On a scale from 0 to 100, you can see that the organization or accountability and oversight indicators, and there are 7 of them, some are better implemented, some are worse. On average, I'd say 50% of what is expected and can be measured has been implemented in the countries that this chart referred to, and these are Western Balkans. Okay, so let me now jump to the presentation of the area, and specifically Principle 13, which is about the organization of public administration. I know there's plenty of the text on the slide, but do not read and definitely do not try to copy it. Because first you have it on a website and even you have it in Ukrainian. This slide is here to show you how dense this principle is. It is about internal organization, but not only, it's also about the organization at the macro level. That's why we start, what the principle says, the organization and management of public administration foster accountability, effectiveness, and efficiency. So this high-level principle needed to be declined into a still limited number of more clear guidance. How to achieve this organization that would foster accountability, effectiveness, and efficiency. And when you read these sub-principles, you should get a clear picture of what each administration needs to implement. First, clear and coherent typology of bodies. That means that you know what type of bodies exist in your countries and when each type of body is created. You need to have a mechanism to keep the structure under control so that you don't have too many bodies that no one knows what they do and why they were created. We talk about political accountability of ministers and their responsibilities in terms of steering, overseeing, and managing performance of subordinated agencies, not only about ministries, but also subordinated agencies. We have a sub-principle that would clearly indicate that regulators are accountable to the government through line ministries, but that's another sub-principle. They benefit from a level of autonomy that is necessary for them, and that constitutional bodies oversight institutions and enjoy independence, that there is accountability framework based on objectives and performance indicators between ministers and ministries and subordinate bodies. We do have something about internal organization and about quality management tools. We focus on people, specifically managers here, because they need to have responsibility, authority, and autonomy to achieve results. And finally, a sub-principle about coordination, collaboration across boundaries and sectors. We also have one small sub-principle about reducing environmental footprint by the administration, because this is a very hot topic and we could not let administration forget about this. I will then go through individually all sub-principles and explain the criteria that are used. But I mentioned to you that there are sub-principles that we do not measure. And because we do not measure, they are not described in details in our methodology. For example, this is the case of the last sub-principle. Public administration bodies coordinate and collaborate across organizational boundaries and sectors. It's clear that they need to collaborate and coordinate. And we could even find ways of measuring it. But to measure it, we would need to have a separate study. We would need to talk to the people. We would need to collect a lot of materials. We would need to understand whether behind some formal exchanges of documents, there is really collaboration and coordination. And simply this is not possible to do in our assessment. That's why the assessment framework does not include any criteria for this one. When you look at this slide, you will see indeed that we have fewer sub-indicators than sub-principles. And for each sub-indicator, we have a limited number of criteria. Sometimes we have just one. Sometimes we have 8, 7. But again, these 8, 7 criteria is not what needs to be implemented. This is what we believe we are able to measure in our assessments. And let's go through some of them fast. Clarity and coherence of official typology of central government bodies. Very important. But relatively easy to measure, because measured mainly by verification of the legislation. So we would like to see in the law that all types of bodies that exist in a country have clearly stipulated the legal status. So we know which body has what type of legal status, whether it has or not legal personality, what are the functional criteria for the establishment, what is the nature and functions that they need to perform, what are the managing bodies, and what is the process of appointing of these bodies. what is the subordination or supervision scheme for them, or what are the reporting lines, and as a result of these changes, what is the degree of their autonomy, both in financial management and in human resource management? Because you create different types of bodies to make sure that they have different functions, but also different degree of autonomy. Some bodies need to be at arm's length, some other can be pretty autonomous and do things without being closely overseen by the subordinate, or sorry, superior bodies. So we check if this supervision subordination is explicitly regulated for all types. We check if this autonomy in financial and human resource management is regulated for all types. And then once we have all this information based on the legal basis, we also check if you, meaning the administration of a state, have an inventory of all administrative bodies. This can be a simple table in Excel or Word with a few columns, but we would like to see that this inventory exists, specifies all or lists all administrative bodies with information: what is the legal personality, what are the functions, what are the managing bodies. At least this information should be available. And actually, we thought and checked good practices and realized that this is all public information. So if administration has it, why shouldn't it be publicly available? And indeed, it is in some countries. That's why we thought this information should be shared. And then what we do, and this is a distinct feature of Sigma, we are not satisfied only with legislation. We check if these requirements, especially for functional criteria and for the process of creating bodies, has been applied in practice. So we ask the administration to provide us with 3 latest cases of merger or creation of public bodies, and then we check whether this has been applied consistently. For example, if there's a requirement that we expect should be the case, that for all reorganization, Ministry of Finance for financial issues and the ministry responsible for civil service for human resource questions are involved, we do check if in the process these bodies were consulted, and we do it on actual cases. Then we move to the next sub-indicator about keeping the organization as rational. And this is actually what I already mentioned. We would like to see a body that is responsible for reviewing and developing organization of central government, that there is a procedure that should involve these key authorities that I mentioned, that the public administration, finance, etc. Authorities are involved in the organization, that there is analysis explaining the cost and why a new body needs to be created or a body needs to be dismantled. That not only this is required by legislation, but it takes place in practice. And that this body responsible for organization is following the policy when considering reorganization proposals, because we have seen cases where it was too easy to establish a body. It was very difficult to abolish a body, and that the administration at the macro scale was huge, unmanageable, and very difficult to steer. So based on 6 criteria, we check the mechanisms for keeping the organization rational. Then I mentioned already about the accountability between ministries and subordinate bodies. So this is something that we measure, or we look at the legislation, but also practices. And maybe some of you have already seen this in practice, because we talk to ministries here, checking if ministry has clearly assigned the responsibility for overseeing of each subordinate body that is in the ministerial system to a specific unit in the ministry, so that there are no cases where there's a body and no one is overseeing it, thinking that someone else will do it. So we also check what are the rights of the ministry towards the subordinate body. Can the ministry appoint and dismiss the head of the body? Can the ministry request any document that the subordinate body has? Whether the subordinate body provides the ministry with a budgetary proposal, or subordinate body discusses its budget directly with the Ministry of Finance. We also look whether the heads of subordinate bodies can take some decisions, whether it is explained in the legislation what they can do, whether they have financial autonomy, whether they have autonomy for recruitment and dismissal of their staff, or do they need to ask the minister for any HR decision. And as an example of the autonomy, we check if they can sign a procurement contract for up to 100,000 euro. It varies from country to country, but we believe this level of 100 is the common denominator. So this is what we do to check if this relations between bodies, ministries and subordinate bodies are clear, but not only. We would like to see that these relations are based on performance, not verification of compliance with legislation. So we focus a lot, and when I say we focus a lot to measure something, I also mean we believe it is important that the countries have, and that's why we measure it, because we could. So this relations between the ministries and subordinate bodies based on the work plan of the ministry that should have objectives and measurable targets, that this is based on predefined objectives and targets, and that the annual plan of subordinate bodies is submitted to the ministry, that it also contains objectives and measurable targets at output level and at outcome level, that the same approach, which is not a list of activities, but information about achieving these targets and objectives, is presented in the annual report, both at outputs level, what we have done, and outcomes, what we have achieved, and that this is not a formal exchange of documents. Well, it is important that they are exchange. But we would like to see that there is actual dialogue between ministry and the subordinate body about the objectives, about the way they are achieved, or the way why they were not achieved, but not only in terms of accountability or holding people responsible or accountable, more about how to facilitate achieving the objectives. Jumping to sub-indicator number 5, I'll make it very clear. It's the number of bodies subordinated to the parliament. As you can see in our principles, we believe that most executive bodies or all executive bodies should be subordinate to the government. But there is a number of bodies that it is pretty common for countries to subordinate them to the parliament. So we would like to see those bodies that should not be under the parliament, but they are. And as you can see, this chart below indicates that apart from all these bodies that could potentially be under the parliament, some Western Balkan countries have up to 15 bodies under the parliament, which should in practice be in theory and in practice should be under the executives, under the government, primarily under the ministries that are responsible for the area. And this is a common problem. It's not a problem in Ukraine, but the methodology and the principles are not Ukraine specific. They are for all candidate countries, because this is what the European Union believes is a sign of a good and effective public administration. Special case is about the regulatory bodies. So we look at only some of them: Competition Protection Authority, Energy Regulator, Electronic Communication Regulator, and Audiovisual Media Regulator. We do not go into the way they work on substance, but we check on at their example whether the system of public administration grants them necessary autonomy, which is required by the European Union legislation. And actually, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we published a paper, Sigma paper, on organization of government, specifically focusing on the agencies. And there's a special chapter on regulators, actually more than one, where we prove that the European Union legislation does not require to establish independent regulators under the parliament, or actually not accountable to any body in the country. So we check if the regulators, these four, at the example of these four, have what they need to have to be autonomous, namely a provision stating that no one can issue instructions on how these bodies should deal with individual cases, that only the court can review their decisions, the regulator's decisions. It is not a ministry that can change the decision issued by a regulator. We also check that they are autonomous in spending their budget, that they are autonomous in recruiting their employees. But this does not mean that they can have, or they should have, a separate law on their budget or a separate law on civil service. No, civil service legislation can fully apply to these bodies with some specificities. But for the managing bodies, we would also like to see that the merit-based recruitment and dismissal apply. And this is not our idea. It is clearly stated in the legislation of the EU. Then we move to internal organization. And this is one of those sub-principles that are quite difficult to measure. So what we do here is we check if there are common standards for internal organization of ministries and agencies established or proposed by the government. In some cases, it can be proposed by bodies like national agencies, for if this is organization of the aspects of HR. Whether we check whether internal organigrams or the organizational charts establish clear accountability lines for each unit. We check if the annual or semi-annual work plan of the ministry assigns individual accountability for specific tasks. We check if the managers of individual structures, internal structures, have at least information about their budget. And what we do is we run a survey. And in this survey of civil servants, we ask several questions about human resource management. And these questions feed into the PSHRM area. But there are also some questions related to organization. One of them is whether I believe that the targets or objectives of my institution or of my unit are clear. And based on the answers, we present our opinion on the clarity of targets. Then, at the level of principles, you've seen effective performance, organization that would contribute to effective performance. And of course, it was extremely difficult to find a way to measure it. But we managed to identify several sub-indicators in other areas as well that jointly, as a composite, could measure if administration functions effectively or not. And these sub-indicators from other areas help us in deciding or measuring the effectiveness of performance. So I will not go into all of them, just to give you a hint on what we take into account. So, for example, we check the reported implementation of PAR agenda. We check the reported implementation of government commitments. We check application of administrative simplification measure. We check objectivity and fairness of dismissal and demotion, timeliness and efficiency of recruitment processes, proactivity in disclosure of information, quality of selected administrative services. We take all of them together based on the assessment from other areas, and we check the total average percentage and score accordingly. And I mentioned to you that we have 100 points for each area. I do not want to focus on points here in the presentation, but to tell you the impact of these composite indicator. This is 1 of 100 points. This is the way we decided to measure performance. But there's more. Namely, we have a sub-indicator on the delegation of decision-making authority within ministries. And this is again a case of a topic that we devoted a paper of about 100 pages. The paper on managerial accountability. We published it in 2018, I think. and translated it into Ukrainian because we believe this is so important for effective organization of ministries. I would love to have a full day training on this and a discussion on why your state secretaries need to sign hundreds of documents per day. But it's not only the case of your ministries. This we see also in other countries. Although the legislation often allows to delegate decision-making to lower levels of management. So what we do, we measure the extent to which this delegation is practiced. And actually, we've seen some progress over years, but still, too many ministers sign small level contracts, even below 5,000 euros. We see too many decisions of employment signed again by the minister. For us, signing this by state secretary would be okay. But ministers sign replies to public information requests. State secretaries also don't need to be involved, but at least not a minister. We check whether a request of an individual employee to be on annual leave for a day or 2 weeks, whether this needs to be signed by the state secretary, the top civil servant, not to mention a minister. We check business trips, who authorizes staff members, lower level specialist to go to a one-day trip or conference to another city. We check also the approval of training, very often already approved in an annual plan of training, and then once again authorized by the highest level. We put here permanent secretary, but it's a term, a generic term for the top civil servant, in your case, state secretary. We also check who orders paying of salaries, a very technical issue. And then to go beyond verification of documentation, we check if middle managers in line ministries, so these people who are like directors, deputy directors of departments, heads of unit, who are not mentioned in the legislation, in a sense that legislation does not say director of department signed something. This can come from state secretary who in the law has specific obligations and responsibilities, whether they feel empowered or not. Because if this delegation is practiced, it's not only about delegation of decision-making, it's also information. It's also the right to be consulted, whether they feel empowered or not. And I personally think this is one of the biggest differences between many of our candidate countries and the European Union countries' administration. So this perception is important for us. Then one more composite indicator based on different areas. This is this coordination that we do not measure as we would like to. We take some sub-indicators from other areas where this cooperation is important, but it's a proxy. It's not a direct measurement when we talk about cash flow management. It is linked to coordination, but not directly. Going to almost the end of my presentation, nicely in time, we look if public administration thinks or appreciates the need to improve in itself, but not at the level of the country where the principles would be applicable, but at the level of individual institutions. And there are certain tools, total quality management tools, that I'm sure you're aware of, that would be dedicated to the level of individual institutions. For example, EFQM or CAF, even more common, or ISO standards. They are not about how the administration is to be organized, but they focus more on the functioning and organization of individual institutions. We are only saying, hey, administration, please tell us whether you in your country you have someone responsible for steering, promoting these tools, and if yes, we would like to see whether they do it right. And then we also check how many ministries, agencies, and other bodies have any of these tools implemented. This is a proof that at least some improvement action were implemented, and we think that, well, in a country, maybe at least 5 should have. If 50 have, then if 50 bodies have this, then we give full points. If this is less than 50, we give proportionally fewer points. Then we have this small sub-indicator about reducing the environmental footprint that we measure by checking whether the government publishes data on carbon emission by local governments, whether there's published data about individual institutions, and whether they know how to measure the greenhouse gas emission. And we need to admit that this is very challenging for our countries, and very few of them meet this criteria. And then this is what you will see when you take all these quantitative data into account. The picture for Western Balkans is only to indicate to you that there are areas in Principle 13 that are quite well implemented. For example, this autonomy of regulatory bodies, we see few problems. Why? Well, simply because there's very clear acquis, clear legislation at the level of the EU, and countries in the bilateral dialogue with the European Commission are encouraged to ensure the independence of, autonomy of regulatory bodies. But where there's less tangible guidance, like framework for promoting performance, these are the relations between the ministries and agencies, or not to mention greenhouses or environmental footprint, but even this typology and mechanisms for ensuring rationality of administration. These are areas where the candidate countries have a lot of room for improvement, and even the CAF that seems to be common, or EFQM that used to be quite common, or ISO that is common in the private sector, or any other tools that would indicate that individual institutions want to focus on a good internal management. The results are not quite good. Again, let me underline, this is what can be measured in the framework of our assessment. This is not everything that should be done because a lot more is needed, a lot more is expected, and this is what we can present to you in other types of meetings. That's it from my side. Monica, I hope you're there and you can smoothly move to principle number 14.
Yes,
I'll,
yes, thank you very much. So questions will be left for later on. I can go on to my presentation. Perfect. Thank you very much. So let me just share my presentation. And in the meantime, a very nice morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to join into this series of trainings and presentations in this, I think, very important issue in public administration. Now, can you see my presentation? Should be visible to everybody. So let's just dive into another principle, which has also a few sub-principles. But before diving into it, I would also like to give you a very short intro on how this principle was created, the reasons behind it. As like mentioned, or you heard it in previous sessions before, the principles of public administrations have been there for a number of years. But this is the first time that we are including multi-level governance, which means that this is the first time that we are including the relationship between different levels of government also in the assessment. And we are focusing on local regional governments in the principles and indicators. I think this is very important because of course, if you are measuring public administration, you also want to include local governments, which are, especially after integration, are responsible for a plethora of tasks and competencies. Basically, you want to have capable local governments which are prepared to take on new tasks and which are very efficient and, of course, accountable and so on. So including this aspect into the principles was very important, but it was also very challenging, which I will explain a little bit later. I will skip through these general slides and go right into explaining what we mean under multi-level governance, which of course you worked with this or you experienced. Basically, for us, multi-level governance, what we are measuring in the principles is the institutional and financial relationship and interactions among the different levels of government. We are not, therefore, measuring local or regional governments per se. We are not measuring the efficiency or the functioning of local governments directly. We are looking into this interaction and this relationship between the central and local government. So basically, we are checking how this system of multi-level governance works in the countries. For this, we developed two principles, and it was a very lengthy discussion even in Sigma, whether to have a separate multi-level governance principle or whether to include principles in the respective areas. The decision was made. We have two multi-level governance principles, one of which I will be presenting today, and this is focusing more on the institutional organizational aspect of multi-level governance. This is principle 14, we just call it multi-level governance. And the other one, which is a very important part of this, is the financing of local government, and that will be presented in a later session. But to me, these two go hand in hand, and they are not separated, of course, because if you talk about the autonomy of local government in a system, the political relationships, the organizational relationships, the responsibilities, we also always have to talk about the financing of these aspects or of competencies as well. So today we will not go into the financing, but please don't forget that it's there in the principles, and it's a very important aspect of multi-level governance. So first of all, we did not have any previous principles. So basically, these principles and sub-principles, these values, been created from scratch. But of course, we have relied on principles in international organizations which are present in international legal documents. Basically, the principles were developed and based on also the European Charter of Local Self-Government from the Council of Europe, or on other European Union or OECD instruments and legal documents. And secondly, there is not really a similar methodology or framework to measure multi-level governance out there, but we did take into account and also were informed by the local self-government index, the local autonomy index, which is something that has been measuring local autonomy for the past 15 or 20 years. The newest version came out in 2025. So there are some references, or there could be some comparison between the results between these two methodologies. The principles are built on some key elements of multi-level governance, and these are written in the sub-principles. Basically, we check the level and the presence of subsidiarity, the public administration. Subsidiarity means that competencies, responsibilities should be or shall be carried out at the closest closest level to citizens. So we look into that. We also look into the division of power, competencies, and financing among the levels of government. We look into the autonomy of decision making, the autonomy of political organization, of the autonomy of organization and institutional autonomy of local governments. Besides that, another important element is the supervision of local government or oversight of local government, cooperation among local governments, but also cooperation between the levels of government. Last but not least, we are also looking into the coordination aspect from the central administration towards the lower levels of government. So these two principles, which you can see here, as I mentioned, focus, one is embedded in the part of the principles of organization, accountability, and oversight. The other one is in public financial management. One is focusing more on the distribution of power, autonomy of local governments. The other one more on the fiscal relationship and the financial management, financial accountability of local governments. Here you can see the principles and sub-principles, and also the sub-indicators which are connected to the sub-principle. But I will just skip that because you already know how this methodology works. You know that to each sub-principle there is a sub-indicator, and I will just skip to the 7 sub-indicators which are defining one of the principles for multi-level governance. Altogether, together with the financial part, we have 90 criteria which we are attempting to measure on multi-level governance, and these 90 criteria, of course, are divided into points, and the points weight also differs based on whether it's legislation or whether it's practice. Basically, we try to cover not only the legislation when it comes to multi-level governance, but also the practical side, and this has been one of the challenges. Because those who work with local governments, or you who work with local governments, or have experience with the complexity of relations and interactions between the levels of government, you understand that it is very difficult, often very difficult, to gather data from local governments about. So we are more or less limited to central administration data on local governments. Which of course, again, is a little bit complex too, because even sometimes there is a ministry, or more often there is a ministry of public administration or local government, which is responsible for the topic. It doesn't mean that this ministry covers all the data and information that we are collecting, because we need information from the Ministry of Finance, we need information from the line ministries, which delegated competencies to local governments. Therefore, even at the central level, it has been, or it can be difficult to gather information, to get a full picture of the multi-level governance system in practice. So basically, if you go to the sub-indicators, you will understand better what aspects we are assessing based on this framework. But when it comes to this principle multi-level governance, the core of this principle is looking into local government or autonomy, and when it comes more to local government autonomy in responsibilities and competencies. So the last sub-indicator or sub-principle which you can see there is dealing more with the functions and competencies of local government. So I will be talking a little bit more about that one. Of course, the other ones are equally important, but this one defines the core of this principle. Basically, are local governments empowered to function? How strong is local government in a country? How much responsibilities they have, how much discretion within these responsibilities they have. So we are looking into the power, into the strength of local government from this organization and from a competence point of view. The other principle is checking more the autonomy and the accountability of local government in financial matters. Skipping to the first sub-principle and sub-indicator. This one is, of course, all these sub-indicators involve legislation and involve data on practice. But this one, the first one, is more about the legislation. So what we are looking into is whether there is a good legal basis for local governments to function in a country, and good local basis in terms of the European Charter of Local Self-Government in terms of international standards. So we are checking whether local governments have autonomy stipulated in the constitution or only in the law, whether rights and duties are guaranteed by the constitution or also by the law, and whether local governments can independently manage their affairs within their territory. So the basic aspects of functioning of local government, as you know, local government exists if they have a territory, if they have, of course, the citizens, and if they have autonomy to carry out competencies and financing. So we are looking into the of these key elements. We are also checking whether local governments are transparent in decision making and provide information, and whether they ensure citizen participation. Now, for some of these, as you can see, it can be very formalistic to check whether the law ensures, and in a lot of cases, Ukraine will have the same situation. This is not a problem, and we would get full points. But we are also trying to look into the practical side of it. And an example of this is that local governments ensure participation for the citizen. If we were to check all the local governments in the country, whether they actually provide citizen participation and whether this is taking place in practice, of course, it would be, as Alex said, for many different criteria, it would be a separate project, so we are not able to do that. But what we do is we try to collect the information on a sample basis, at least to see participation is more or less active in the country, in the local government, or it has not been used. And we have examples from both. So the first assessment on multi-level governance took place in 2024 in the Western Balkans, and we have results on both sides. So there are countries and local governments which are more active when it comes to citizen participation, and there are countries with local governments which are not so active. Between original and delegated competencies of local governments. This is important for the clarity of carrying out tasks and providing services. As you know, one of the issues or problems when it comes to coordination between the levels of government is who's doing what, and if these competencies are not clearly defined in the laws and bylaws, then there can be duplicity, there can be misunderstanding, there can be, of course, inactivity, meaning that levels of government is actually working or carrying out the tasks. So it is very important to check whether the competencies assigned to local governments are clearly designated in the law, and whether it is clear what are the original and delegated competencies. This is also important due to the reason that usually these types of competencies is due to the financing method. Original competencies are usually financed by or from original or own revenues of local government, while delegated competencies are delegated from the state. Local governments carry them out on behalf of the state, and they should receive funding for that. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, all these indicators and even the criteria are somehow always connected to the financial aspect, which is in the other principle. Another practical criteria is that we are checking whether local governments have regulated their functions, which means we are looking into the fact whether local governments, when decide on certain matters, have discretion, or whether there is some central level or higher level authorization required or approval required for local governments to actually carry out their competencies. Another criteria is on rights and duties in shared competencies, where we are checking whether they are clearly distinguished for each level of government. And as I mentioned, local governments can have and usually have a very wide range of competencies in different areas, from environmental affairs to urban planning, education, healthcare, social affairs, or wastewater, water management. So basically, when you talk about local governments, you always need to think about the different areas of competencies and then get this information or data from the line ministries. It's complicated. So what we did is we are trying to assess it or look into it at a sample basis. So in this concrete criteria, we review some selected sectoral laws from education, urban planning, social affairs, waste and wastewater management to see whether these rights and duties of shared competencies are clearly distinguished for local governments. And last but not least, we are checking whether the European Charter of Self-Government, whether there are any reservations to this only and very important document concerning local government and multi-level governance. The second sub-indicator discusses or assesses the political and organizational autonomy of local governments. So we are checking whether local governments have the right to organize themselves, to establish institutions, to organize their internal structures, but also what is the political autonomy of local governments when it comes to elections of the mayor, elections of the councillors, and other bodies. We are checking the law in many cases. So we are assessing whether local governments can establish organizations, enterprises, other legal entities, whether they have the discretion to do that without any specific or further approval of other state administration bodies. We are also looking into the human resource management part a little bit, especially again checking whether local governments can hire staff and regulate their professional conditions in the legislation. Again, if we checked the local governments themselves, in some countries that can be a little bit difficult, considering the fact that there are countries from 80 municipalities to thousands of local governments. Basically, if we are checking the practical side, we are trying to rely on practice on sample basis. We are also looking into elections, whether local government councillors and executive bodies are elected in direct elections in central government and by the citizens. Another aspect of the political autonomy includes that local governments can regulate elements of the political system in line with the law, and that can mean that besides the fact that, of course, the law prescribes local government elections, local governments still have some kind of discretion to decide on the number of electoral districts or the number of members of the municipal council. In some countries, this is predefined, and local governments have no discretion whatsoever. In some countries, there is a range from which they choose based on the number of inhabitants, for example. The local governments can tailor it more to the need of themselves, to local needs. Also, we check whether local governments are free to choose tasks in addition to mandated responsibilities as levels of government. So basically, a strong local government, of course, means that there are pre-described competencies and responsibilities which they consider their own responsibilities. The state often, again, transfers competencies. Those are the delegated competencies. And besides that, often local governments are empowered also to carry out other tasks which are very specific for the region or for the territory. And it can be time specific, it can be specific for the territory. And they can do that without approval of the state administration. But of course, these tasks are not mandated to other central administration bodies. They can design and set standards for services. They can set up their own supervision for these services or adopt, for example, local strategies for these concrete tasks. So going to the next sub-principle and sub-indicator. This is a very important part of multi-level governance. As you know, local governments are often criticized for being inefficient or not being accountable. But also there is a very fine line between interference from the state. So basically, this principle is trying to assess what are the rules and procedures for administrative supervision of local governments. And here again, we are checking the laws, looking into basically the procedures of supervision carried out by either the state administration or other independent bodies from the central level, and looking into also the authorities who can carry out these supervisions. We check the laws, and we are also checking ministerial reports on supervision, audits, but also reports from the state audit institutions. The reason behind this is to see whether there is an efficient supervisory mechanism in the country, meaning that if local governments carry out certain tasks which are delegated from the state has the authority to supervise or oversee these competencies, the efficiency of these competencies, how they are carried out, and whether they are fulfilled. But of course, we also check whether there is a difference between supervision over original competencies and supervision over delegated competencies. Again, if it's original competencies or all competencies of local governments, we are reviewing whether the supervisory body only checks the legality of these acts and doesn't check expediency. That means it doesn't interfere in local government decision making. As for delegated competencies, of course, the state administration body who is in charge of oversight or supervision can also have a little more power when it comes to overseeing the decisions, not only the legality but also the expediency. What we do is we check whether the law sets clear procedures for the authorities to carry out supervisions. And under clear procedures, there is a number of recommendations, international documents which describe how supervision in local governments should be carried out. One of these is the Council of Europe's Ministers' recommendation on supervision of local authorities' activities. And when we take the law, we check whether the procedures are clearly defined when it comes to how long does supervision takes, in what cases it concerns, who is the supervisory authority, what the supervisory authority can check, and what are, of course, the sanctions, the possible remedies for local governments in case of supervision. We also government internal control framework, but from the legislative points of view, not directly from each local government. And we check whether the law stipulates sanctions for local authorities in cases when the functioning of local government is hindered. Another important criteria is, as I mentioned, supervision over delegated competencies. Here we selected a few areas which are usually important and usually local governments have competencies in these areas, in education, social affairs, and environmental protection. We collect information, reports, analysis from line ministries or from the state audit institution on how many cases supervision was carried out in the field of education or social affairs during the past years in local governments, what these reports included, what were the conclusions of these reports, and of course whether there was any enhancement when it comes to proposals of the supervision. So basically, supervision is one of the important aspects of this multi-level governance systems, but it's also a sensitive one because the state and other authorities can supervise local governments, but there has to be a very fine line what they can supervise, what is the procedure, who can interfere, and what can be the sanctions or what can be the steps taken against local government decisions. The fourth sub-indicator and the fourth sub-principle is a short one with only 3 criteria, but also very important, and it looks into the resolution of conflicts of competencies among levels of government. As I mentioned, one of the issues often is when the law is not very clear on competencies, what or who is responsible for a certain task, and if there is if there is misunderstanding or if there is no clarity on this, we want to see that there is an institutional set up for resolving conflicts of competencies among the levels of government. We check the laws and bylaws, but we also check the decisions of the courts, who are usually the authorities responsible to decide on any kind of conflict of competence between the levels of government. We want to see that local authorities have recourse to judicial remedy to freely exercise their power, and that there is an independent jurisdiction to resolve conflicts of competencies between the levels of government. The practical criteria checks that legality is restored in at least half of the cases of conflict of competencies. Basically, we take all cases from the respective court on conflicts of competencies between the levels of government, and we review the appeals of the courts and see whether the legality has been restored in all cases or in a certain percentage of cases. This is very important, and this is important not only for the stability of functioning of local governments, but more towards citizens, as if there is a decision to be made by either the local government or state administration, and is hindered because there is a conflict of competencies, then the citizen is the one who suffers from this conflict of competence. So basically, we are checking that the decisions were made, and they were made by the respective or relevant authority, either by the local government or the state administration. The fifth. Was anybody saying something, or I think somebody has the microphone on, but that's all right. I will just continue. The fifth sub-principle or sub-indicator, to me, is one of governance. It's coordination and cooperation between the local governments and the central administration. And this is very important because the country can have very stable rules and regulations and laws establishing local government autonomy, and it can have a very good financing mechanism. But if there is not a very well-established coordination and consultation mechanism between the levels of government, then it can affect the functioning of local governments themselves. As you know, in many situations, local governments receive or are delegated more tasks, but they are not assigned sufficient financing. So that's usually a problem. And that's also a problem of insufficient consultation and coordination between the levels of government. And there are many other issues which are caused by not consulting with local governments or not coordinating them in a proper way. Again, we look into the law and check whether there is a ministry responsible for local government affairs. That's important for from a coordination point of view. And of course, as I mentioned, there has to be a central ministry or ministry for generic affairs of local governments. But between that, there are also other line ministries which should be coordinating the local government in their specific areas, such as education, if there are competencies in education delegated to local government, environmental, if there are environmental issues carried out, or environmental activities or tasks carried out at the local level. So basically, we are looking into whether there is a coordination mechanism set up by the law. Also, we check whether there is a local government association established in the administration, and whether this association ensures that local governments are part of this association. Usually, if there is a coordination mechanism or consultation mechanism, it does not mean that all local governments can separately consult with the line ministries or the specific ministries, but it means that the association is representing these local governments. So we also check what is the extent of participation of local governments in the association, whether it's only a few local governments or whether it's all local governments whom the association is covering. Also, we are checking whether there is a coordination mechanism among the central authorities, among ministries on policies concerning local governments. This is usually the issue. One of the issues is that central administrations do not consult with local governments when they change the law or when they approve a new policy which has an effect or an impact on local government affairs. Another issue is that due to the complexity of local government issues, the line ministries do not consult between each other or among each other on local government affairs. So, for example, the Ministry of Education decides on a new policy which affects local government competencies, but there is no coordination with the General Ministry of Public Administration and neither with the Ministry of Finance, for example, because it should also concern financing. So we are checking whether there are any intergovernmental ministerial working groups or bodies which meet either on a regular or ad hoc basis to discuss affairs or policies which impact or have an effect on local governments. Also, we look into central authorities' guidance to local governments. As you know, local governments are separate and they have autonomy. So usually central administrations do not instruct, they are not a higher level body to local governments. Nevertheless, they provide guidance to local governments, either in explaining legislation or providing methodologies for implementing the policy at the local level. Check government documents during the past 2 or 3 years, whether central administrations provided methodologies or guidance to local governments in certain issues. And it can be on new policies, it can be on funds for local governments, it can be on specific situations such as natural disasters and so on, or in the case of Ukraine, also on the situation of war. So if there are any specific issues or specific responsibilities that the local government should take up, we would, in your case, check whether the central administration has been coordinating the local government properly on these issues. We also check in practice whether consultation of the central administrations with local governments takes place, and whether local governments participate in governmental coordinating bodies, whether they are invited to the table to discuss matters which will affect local governments, and whether they have a say or decision making in the decision making of the central administration. Some based on the assessment in the Western Balkans, our experience is that usually there is a coordination and consultation mechanism which is embedded in the law, but the practical side of it is a little bit weaker. We have good practice also in some of the countries where they have a strong consultative body where they invite the local governments to meet with the line ministries when a new law is being adopted or when a new policy is being discussed. Local governments receive these documents in advance to be able to prepare for the meeting, and they also have the possibility to express their opinion. But then also we have cases where consultation is set up by the law, but in many cases competencies are transferred to local governments without them knowing about it in advance or being consulted. or without the financial means being transferred to local government. So the legislation is usually strong in coordination and cooperation, but oftentimes the practice is lagging behind. And of course, the practice is a very important part of this, as without talking to local government, discussing the matters which concern them, it's very hard to ensure a very well-functioning multi-level governance system. Another aspect that we are looking into is intermunicipal cooperation. So basically, the previous criteria or the previous sub-indicator was checking cooperation between the levels of government, between the central and local administration. The next sub-indicator, sub-principle, is looking more into the cooperation between levels, between the local government. This, as I mentioned, we do not check local government functioning directly, but this principle, this is the only one which actually goes a little bit down, so looks into local governments and their functioning. And this is due to the fact that intermunicipal cooperation is one of the most important tools to boost local government efficiency and to help, especially in fragmented countries, to help local governments when it comes to capacity, when it comes to financing. So basically, we check whether there is a right to establish different forms of cooperation between local governments, whether the law establishes the right for local governments to develop intermunicipal cooperations. We check the different forms of these intermunicipal cooperations. We check also whether the government supports intermunicipal cooperations, either by strategy or policy, but also via financial incentives. So we usually want to see whether the state administration, besides having legislation on intermunicipal cooperation, also has a strategy how to support local governments to cooperate at the local level on certain issues, and also have a financial incentive to boost local governments to share tasks and to carry out responsibilities together. And this can be in multiple responsibilities, or it can be focusing on one or two responsibilities. Intermunicipal cooperations can be, of course, obligatory. For some competencies, they can be semi-obligatory, but they can also be, and they usually are, on a voluntary basis. That's why there is a need that the state administration consults, supports intermunicipal cooperations via policies or strategies or financial incentives. So local governments better understand the benefit of intermunicipal cooperation, what it means to enter into partnership with the surrounding local governments, that it helps boost personal or human capacity, because often in fragmented local governments, in small local governments, there is no human capacity to carry out a certain task in a very qualitative manner, or it helps to bring together financing and investments. And basically, this is a very important aspect of multi-level governance, how local governments operate at the local level and how they cooperate. From a practical point of view, we gather data from the central administrations or from the local associations on the agreements, on the formal agreements of local governments. We want to see how many intermunicipal cooperations are established in the country, which local governments are involved, on what topics they are involved, what is the financing mechanism of these intermunicipal cooperations. From our experience, from this single assessment that we did on multi-level governance, intermunicipal cooperations are developed moderately in the countries. Legislation allows it, but local governments often do not get involved into intermunicipal cooperation, either due to the fact that there is they don't have deep knowledge on how to establish what is the benefit of this, but also because there is no financial incentive. As for support from the state, usually the intermunicipal cooperations in the countries that we checked are financed from external funds or by external donors. There are some cases where there is a specific law on intermunicipal cooperation, and when the state is providing some funds to support intermunicipal cooperation, but this is not the rule, so it's more of an exception. Also, we look into a little bit into border region municipalities engaged in cross-border arrangements. So besides checking the legislation, we are also gathering data from the central administration on all intermunicipal cooperations and aspects of these intermunicipal cooperations. Last but not least, for this principle, a very important sub-principle is the functions for which local governments assume responsibility. Within this sub-indicator, we have 5 criteria. One of the criteria is looking into the competencies of local governments. So we are checking local governments' responsibilities, what competencies they have as their own competencies, what competencies have been transferred from the state to local governments. And we also check the coherence of size and functions of local governments. Basically, we gather information on the number of inhabitants, the number of local governments, and whether there is, if there is high level of fragmentation, whether there is any solution to unburden local governments with less inhabitants, whether the state administration introduces, for example, asymmetric decentralization, or whether, regardless the size of local governments, they have to carry out always the same responsibilities. That is the criterion coherence of size and function. For the competencies of local governments in selected key public administration areas, we not only check whether local governments have a competence in education or in urban planning or in healthcare or social affairs, but we also go a little bit more into depth, and we allocate points based on the policy discretion of local governments. So basically, we check whether, if it's education, whether local governments have responsibility in preschool, primary, or secondary education, and within these areas, whether local governments have a policy discretion to decide to make certain decisions, to decide about the staff, to decide about other matters, or whether they only have the responsibility on the infrastructure, on keeping the buildings and keeping up the infrastructure of the educational facility. For this, we developed a detailed questionnaire of 15 selected areas, 15 selected competencies, where we expect the central administrations and the line ministries to fill out in detail what is the competence of local government, what is the policy discretion, and what is the responsibility in infrastructure of local government. I will switch here to share a different document with you so you understand it better, because this is the core. I would say, sub-principle for multi-level governance principle. As you can see, we selected 15 key competencies. Of course, there are more, but we had to limit it, so we are able to kind of measure it. And it includes kind of the most or more important areas, such as police service, fire protection, public transport, environmental issues, waste management, wastewater management, social housing, building permits, urban planning, primary healthcare, cultural activities, education, social care, social assistance. And within these aspects, we are checking the policy discretion and the delivery. And you can see that we are allocating points based on whether local governments, for example, have decisions on the network of institutions, decisions on appointment of school headmaster, role in decision of salaries, and so on, or whether local governments only assume responsibility for the infrastructure or delivery of services. And these parts of definitions are different for all. They are different for primary education, different for healthcare and social affairs. And this is just to demonstrate that it still does not give a full picture of what local governments cover, what areas they cover, because it's only selected areas. But at least it gives a better picture of local governments' competencies vis-a-vis the state, and of course local governments' place in public administration. And here it's important to say that, of course, we cannot judge the countries who do not decentralize many competencies to local governments. It is a political decision what kind of competencies you decentralize and what degree you decentralize. But if you want to have strong local government, strong democracy at the local level, then of course you have to empower those local governments with competencies. So it gives us a picture of how strong these local governments are in the countries when it comes to responsibilities and discretion in decision making. But it also gives a good basis for comparing and benchmarking with European countries. And to give you an idea, when we did the assessment in the Western Balkans, the result was that usually local governments have key roles, or they have roles and responsibilities in infrastructural services such as waste management, wastewater management, water management, cultural activities, and so on. But when it comes to, I would say, more key services such as primary education, secondary education, some social affairs or healthcare, then local governments have a very minor role, and it is the state administration who carries out the competencies in comparison with some of the European Union peers or European Union countries, where in some, of course, local governments are stronger and more decentralized. Some of them, they are less and they are more centralized. And as I said, this is a political decision. But of course, if you have, if you look into the countries such as Finland, Denmark, Norway, and all the economically strong countries, you also see that they are very decentralized countries. The local governments have policy discretions in many of these key areas. Last but not least, we also do a survey on citizens' perception of local government influence and local government's trust in local governments, which gives us an idea on how citizens perceive the autonomy, the authority of local governments in public administration affairs, and also gives us an idea on citizens' perception on how they see local governments' position vis-a-vis the central administration, whether they think that the central administration interferes or whether they think that local governments have strong autonomy and they have discretion in decision making. So these were the 7 sub-principles. You can see that if we have an online system, which I think you've been introduced before, where we gather information, we have 37 questions for this principle, and we attach different. We expect to be attached different documents, data, information, which informs us on the situation. As I mentioned, the whole principle and indicator framework was written from scratch in 2024, but we were informed, or we were inspired by works from different institutions, different international organizations, such as the European Commission, the Council of Europe, the World Bank, IMF, and also the OECD. So we consulted all the works that are out there for multi-level governance and try to develop the principles in line with other international principles. And you can, of course, find the results of the first assessment of multi-level governance on our website. For the Western Balkans, currently we are carrying out another assessment in Armenia, also multi-level governance. And of course, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. I think this is all from my side, and I hope it was comprehensible, and I didn't get lost much in details. Thank you very much. I will pass the floor back to you, Leif.
Let's move to principle 15. Principle 15 is the shortest one. Well, 5 words, 6. Public administration is transparent and open. And it's also the principle that is most concise in delimiting what we talk about. We talk about 3 issues. access to information, open data, and reuse of information. But it is also the principle that changed a lot from the past, because this was the evolution of the topic. Transparency of public administration is not a novelty, but indeed the open data issues and reuse of data, reuse of information, the metadata, they are later developments. So our 2023 principles took these developments into account. So now the principle clear and short, public administration is transparent, open, and the sub-principles, which always try to define in more details what transparency and openness of public administration mean. And I also know that this principle similarly, well, maybe even more than Principle 13, this one is directed to all of us, all of civil servants. Maybe not all of us deal with organization of administration or at macro level, and maybe few of us are from the Ombudsman's office or the Supreme Audit Institution office. These are the topics that I will discuss later. Even fewer have to do with administrative justice. But the openness and transparency of public administration can be directly linked to all civil servants. So let's go through the sub-principles where I bolded the terms that might help us understand the content. But do not worry, we will go through all of these sub-principles and corresponding sub-indicators that are used to measuring the extent to which the principles of public administrations are implemented. So all these sub-indicators will be presented together with criteria. Once again, I need to underline that what we are presenting today is not everything that countries should do. Well, the principles, yes. Sub-principles, yes. But when I speak about very detailed ways of implementing the sub-principles, this is not everything that is required. It is everything that we can measure within our assessment framework. So after this introduction, let's go to our principles and sub-principles. I will only mention that I will move to another principle before the break, and I will be joined by Alistair to talk about Supreme Audit Institutions, but this will come under Principle 16. Principle 15 starts with an expectation for governments to have some strategic objectives around promoting openness and transparency of public administration with an efficient or sufficient and clear institutional setup, which does not mean that Sigma calls for establishing of yet another agency for public administration, transparency and openness. Not at all. These strategic objectives should, of course, be in public administration reform strategy, but responsibilities can be assigned to already existing actors. And there are different models where these responsibilities are assigned. Some models are better, some others are not so good. But still, we meet countries where there's no one whom we can talk about transparency, although there is a law on access to documents, for example, but without a good key leader, there will be no progress. The second sub-principle is quite legalistic, because it's about the expectation to have provisions in the law that the right to access public information does not need to be justified, and this is awarded to everyone, individuals, legal persons, be it people residing in the country or not. The third one defines, or at least indicates that it needs how to define what a public information is. So we are saying that it's all information recorded in documents held by public administration, individuals or legal persons who exercise public authority, and we'll come back to who holds public authority and is therefore subject to laws on access to public information, or more general laws on openness and transparency. Here, in the same sub-principle, we also indicate that the exceptions that you can introduce into the law, exceptions from all information recorded, of course they can exist, but based on good international practices and some international conventions, we're saying that they can only exist when there are compelling reasons for classifying information, that these exceptions are set in the law, they are very precise, and they cannot be interpreted in a more, in a wider or more general way than this precise definition. Then we are saying that good administration is the administration that helps parties to identify the requested information and provides the requester with requested format of information free of charge, and in principle one can only be requested to pay if this costs and requires additional charges, for example, for delivery. If the administration wants to refuse access to public information, it is possible, but parties should understand why this refusal is given and should be able to appeal that decision to an independent body or the courts. It's also based on different practices. In some countries, there's an independent body. In some other countries, the appeal is to courts. We look into whether this appeal rights are effective. Finally, this first topic, access to public information, requires someone, again, that depends on the country, to monitor compliance with the legislation. It would be good if this institution, this body that can, as I mentioned, can be also responsible for other issues, provided guidance to other parties on implementing the law. We would also expect this body to be able to impose sanctions for non-compliance. I'll come back to this when we talk about individual sub-indicators. And then there's a principle that is peculiar, because most of our countries should have that. Although, based on recent developments and good practices of other countries, the meaning of this easy to formulate principle becomes more demanding. Well, we are saying that public administration should have up-to-date document registers, that it should lay down and then follow rules relative to the preservation and destruction of documents. And why? Because the administration should be able to find easily any proof of its former or past activities and decisions. And of course, you can say, yes, we have the law on archive. And I know from my own experience that archiving papers is easy and good procedures exist. But there are many documents now that exist in electronic format only. And there are so many documents that not only you need to have the archive in order, but also your current documents in a good register. And this is why we decided to propose this sub-principle number 15G. Finally, one sub-principle per one new area. One is on reuse of information. This is metadata held by public authorities. Not only public authorities, but also public undertakings and for publicly financed research data. The access to this information for commercial and non-commercial purposes. And this is clearly based on a directive of the European Union. Finally, a sub-principle that would summarize the approach expected from good administrations is that administration is proactively disclosing public information. It's not only positively responding to requests, but knowing that there are requests or that there would be requests, and knowing that it's important to be seen as transparent and open. It proactively discloses information that is relevant, complete, accurate, up-to-date, accessible, understandable, machine-readable, and open format, and reusable. We'll come back to this, also including justification why so many adjectives here, right after a few slides. But first, let me show this typical slide where I indicate that for each sub-indicator, and we discussed at the very beginning that we tried to have each sub-indicator corresponding to each sub-principle, but of course it is not possible in all the cases. And this is of course one of these. So we have more or less correlation between sub-principles and sub-indicators. So we have 9 criteria for strategic and institutional setup. We have 3 criteria for whether individuals and legal persons can have access to information, the definition of public information, how easy it is to request information, whether the remedies, the appeals against denial are effective, whether there is the supervision and monitoring of the right to access public information, the famous preservation and management of documents, 9 criteria on reuse of information and on public, proactivity. And finally, we have this outcome indicator, which measures by a survey whether government transparency is how it is perceived by population and by businesses. And as I promised to you at the beginning, there are only few novelties, and the reuse of information is something we did not measure in Ukraine before. So let me go now to indicator by indicator. Yes, I think we are still well in time. The first one is about this institutional and strategic setup. We are checking if there is this body, one body that is indicated as, not exclusively and not especially for created for transparency, but whether this body is responsible for promoting access to public information, promoting open government, and promoting proactive publication of documents. We check if there is a body or bodies, and this does not need to be the same body, that is responsible for promoting reuse of data. This is for commercial and non-commercial purposes. We are checking if there's a strategy in force and whether this strategy has clear objectives. The objectives that refer to access to information, but also objectives that refer to open government and proactive publication of documents. We check whether this strategy is in force and objectives on reuse of data as well. And then we look into reporting and check what is the implementation rate of the activities related to these three key issues, namely access, open data, and reuse of information. But then we check the legislation on the actual access to information. So I said that in the principle states that everyone should have access. So we also have some indicator that measures that, and we verify the legislation and regulations, and in some cases also some additional guidance whether all individuals residing in the country have legal access to information, whether non-residents have the right to access information, and whether or not those who request public information need to provide a justification or show legal interest in the information they request to access. Then we look at the law and check the definition of information, public information. So we check whether in national legislation, public information is defined as all information recorded in any form, drawn up or received by and held by public authorities. We check whether these restrictions that I mentioned before are narrow and exhaustively listed by the law. We check, and this is a new element that was not in our previous framework, we check if the public authorities or holders of public information are obliged to conduct a test of proportionality or balance between the legal right of access to information and some other defended values that would justify the exemptions, for example, national security. This obligation to run a test is something that is widely expected, and this is why it is also in our framework. Not a novelty, but an important issue, something that we work bilaterally with countries on, is whether all public information, public institutions and private persons who exercise public authority are defined as holders of public information. And this also should cover private persons if they perform public functions or if they operate with public funds. And of course, this is a big issue, not only in the legislation, but also in practice. The third sub-indicator measures the easiness of requesting access to public information. And we do it without playing a mystery client. We are doing it based on these 6 criteria. First, we check if the regulations or instructions oblige public authorities to help to identify requested information. Because in the past, when these laws were first introduced, civil servants or those who are really responsible for providing public information or not providing on this decision, they expected requesters to provide a specific title of a document before it was released. Of course, this is not what transparent administration is about. It's also not about waiting for months before the decision the information is provided. We are expecting countries to set legal deadlines in the law, and we know that this is not always easy. So 15 days, which is a good standard, can be extended by another 15 days. And we then check this in practice. Of course, to the extent the countries have information on their practices. One more thing is about the requested format. So if you ask something online, sent by mail, you don't want a paper copy of a document. And someone recently told me that an institution that didn't want to provide information presented these were financial data instead of electronic version on paper. And if you have a full lorry of thousands and thousands of pages printed, you do receive the information, but you can do nothing with it, especially if these are the financial information that you need to manage, review, etc., etc. The fourth point here is about paying fees or costs for the access to information. As I mentioned, this cannot exceed the actual costs of reproduction and delivery of the information. And then already also I mentioned that we would like to see the rate of requests of all public central administration bodies that are answered. So we do ask during our assessments how many requests you received, how many you answered positively within the deadline. And we believe that good administration should have that, or should have easy access to this information. Because if something is not measured, it is not necessarily well done. Finally, we like here 2 points to indicate that one of 100 points that we give for the entire principle, this reported rate of requests answered within statutory deadlines. It's just 2 points, but if we were to be more strict, we could give 20 points, because this is really important. If you answer on time, if you need to go to court and you receive information after 6 months or a year, this information is outdated and quite often you don't need it anymore. But we are not doing this. We are trying to give a proportionate number of points to all important issues. Then this is about the courts. We check if these remedies are effective. But first we check if public authorities need to provide you with justification why the access was denied. And then we look into the legislation. But we want these measures to be effective. So again, we set some deadlines, 15 days for administrative appeals, with possible extension of another 15 days. And then again, good administration has information about how many days it took to review the appeal and when the requester received the information. A good system of public information not only has the institution responsible, but also has an institution responsible for monitoring. And this principle on effective supervisory authority is about this function. So first, we want to see that this responsibility for steering and monitoring functions for implementing access to public information is assigned to one body, that some institution that would be in charge of guiding, promoting, monitoring compliance, and imposing sanctions. And as I mentioned, it's not necessarily that the same body performs all three functions. They can be assigned to different bodies. It is also not required that the body performs exclusively functions related to access to public information. For example, we see in some countries that there's this central administrative inspection that is responsible for overseeing public administration in various aspects. But if this inspection can also verify and impose sanctions to public authorities violating their legal obligations regarding access to public information, then of course we are saying, yes, this is one of the possible options for organizing your public administration there. Then we would like to see in some government reports whether basic statistical data on requests for access to public information is aggregated, well, first is available, is aggregated, and is published. And we have a number of small data sets that we believe should be available. So it is number of requests for access, number of requests that were denied, number of requests that were just not answered, and this is also a problem often because with a negative decision we can go to court. So what public administrations do is they just don't respond. But of course, this silence is also a reason to go to appeal. But then we would like to see the number of appeals contesting these decisions, number of appeals that were denied, number of appeals that were overruled, number of appeals that were answered in time after time, just to check whether the system is effective. And when we talk about the right to monitor, we would like to see documents confirming that this relevant body, whatever the body is, performed at least one inspection in last year to verify compliance with the law on access to information. And we are saying that, okay, it can be either ex officio, meaning it can be planned, or it can even be at the request of citizens as a result of complaint. But without performing at least one inspection per year, we are saying that this system is not organized as it should be, because this important function of inspection is not is absent. But this inspection is not everything we expect. We would also like to see that if inspection confirmed a violation of the law, this violation resulted in a corresponding legal sanction. We are not defining what the sanction can be, because countries can adjust sanctions to their administrative tradition or administrative culture. It can be a fine, and it's quite common. It can be disciplinary proceedings, opened against the perpetrator or the person who did not provide information. But we just would like to see that the system functions in reality, not only on paper. And then we would like to see this active promotion of public information. So we check if this central body in charge of steering and providing guidance not only has these responsibilities on paper, but implements it in real life, so issues guidance, guidebooks, interpretation, opinions, and also organizes training. All these types of activities would confirm that the body that is responsible for promoting is actually confirming or is actually doing the job. The next sub-principle is about this management of data and documentation. And as I mentioned, it's not only about paper copies, which are the easiest to manage. First, we would like to see that the legislation establishes the obligation of documenting the activities by appropriate record, be it electronic or be it in paper. It is important that administrations, civil servants can justify their work, can provide documents that to assess the correctness, the timeliness, the quality of their work, to keep evidence of facts. This is all relevant to this public accountability, legal certainty, and the entire area is about accountability, to which good records of public administration activities is instrumental. We would also like to see legislation establishing rules for the preservation and destruction of public documents, and again, both physical and electronic documents. Then this registers, which are crucial to be able to find information that is stored somewhere. So, of course, in terms of both paper and electronic, it's about the metadata. So information about who, when, what, and then properly classify documentation, store, find, and be able to ensure traceability, which is the ability to find the specific document in your archives. But actually, there's one more point that we found as being very different from our candidate countries and most of the European Union or OECD countries, and it's about the rules of using email accounts, stating that, well, as a civil servant, you should use your corporate email accounts because these corporate email accounts help you to keep the relevant emails as a proof of public administration activities and decisions. If you are using corporate accounts, there may be embedded rules for archiving, protecting, finding, storing your emails. If you are using Gmail, then of course nothing like that exists for public administration. And we are also going a step forward, stating that there should be rules establishing that official email communication should be done by these corporate accounts. Finally, this is of course a novelty in comparison to the past. We checked the legislation to verify that there are also rules establishing the storage of these electronic documents, including the obligation to keep them in corporate clouds clouds and servers, so that these important documents that do not exist in paper form are not lost. So now let me go to this new topic, new in the sense that reuse, open data and reuse of public information have been introduced specifically or explicitly to our framework recently. As many as 15 points out of 100 are given for this area. But again, I will only mention what we are measuring, not what is necessary if you want to implement the directive of the EU number 1024 from 2019. First, legislation. As always, we want to see the right to reuse public information enshrined in a law and enforceable. We check whether national legislation is aligned with the definition of reuse that is included in the directive. Then we check if the national legislation gives this right to reuse information free of charge, with the exceptions that are included in the directive, because we did not copy the entire directive, but of course we based our sub-principles on the directive, especially maybe not sub-principles, criteria. So these specific questions that we ask. Then we would like to see an open data portal, not only that exists, but is, well, we used to call it user-friendly. Now we're talking about advanced data search functions, which means that you can easily find information. And we also check if these portals are updated or the information there is updated. We check if certain data sets in this portal are provided in open machine readable format, because the times when people individually would click and search for information are gone, especially for commercial purposes. These are all machines talking to machines, which means that there should be this application programming interface, API, that the data portal allows to use by users. And we also check if certain data sets are specifically available on the data portal. And we selected the following four: air quality data, live weather data, transport, and traffic information. So we would like to see that open data portal provides access to real-time and dynamic data, at least in these four domains. And this is a good case to underline that a country who gets these four domains, or this information four domains, yes, you meet our requirements in the methodological framework. But of course, this is not a good administration. Good administration has much more data available. So this is just an example that we check. And then we have a criterion that again verifies whether Commission regulation implementing the law that indicates so-called high value data sets. If these high value data sets are available on the websites. And this is geospatial, Earth observation and environment, meteorological, statistics, ownership of companies, and mobility. And the regulation indicates these 6 data sets, and we could do nothing more but to check whether they are in place. In principle, but with this sub-indicator, we check if regulation and implementation of reuse of public data is aligned with the EU directive. Finally, we verify this proactivity in disclosure of information. And this is not new, we've been doing it in the past. We take websites of ministries. Actually, I think we do it for all ministries, hoping that each ministry will have just one website. And we check whether the disclosure by ministries meets this minimum standard. And by minimum standards, we expect that on the website, we'll find the organizational structure of the institution. We'll find the names and contact details of heads of organizational units. So not all employees, but directors of departments, at least. Whether we'll find the postal address and email of the institution, whether we'll find a presentation of tasks and competences of this institution, the annual budget for the current year, the annual work plan for the current year, and annual report for the last year. Well, we believe that these basic information should be available proactively by all ministries. But that's not all. Actually, we would like this information to be available proactively and free of charge, and this information be up to date and machine readable, published in open format, and what is more, available in all official languages of the country. So this is a huge matrix that we verify, but it's also based on our experience. We've seen that and Ukraine, I tried not to make too many references to Ukraine because this is not in any way an assessment of Ukraine. But Ukraine is very open, very transparent, proactively providing information. But we've seen countries, candidate countries to the EU, where information had to be put on the website. So it was put on the website in a scanned, not readable format of hundreds of pictures of an annual report that would not help you find the relevant information. So now we clarify it. Then we also defined a set of a number of data sets that we believe should be available online, and in our documents you'll find them. These are a consolidated version of all primary laws, the state budget for the current year, results of elections, statistics on GDP and unemployment, annual plan of the government, annual report of the government, legislative proposals on the government, public tenders, and 2 more. And when you combine these data sets, you'll see that, well, it seems basics, but not all countries meet these requirements in Western Balkans. So this is a data sets that you see in some countries, but not in other administrations. Finally, we look at the outcome, and the outcome for us is the perceived accessibility. So we run a survey in the population and among businesses, and we ask them what you think, how open and transparent the government is. Well, actually, we ask much more specific questions. We ask whether you believe that the government publishes information about decisions, or whether they would intentionally withhold important information for public, that it could be safely released. And we check what is the percentage of peoples and businesses that would respond, I agree, or I don't agree with this. Actually, this concludes this presentation on Principle 15. As usually, I'll end up with this overview of practices, not to talk about the Western Balkans, but to talk about what is easy, what is less easy to implement. As you can see, all countries meet the basic legislative requirements. Definition almost always is right. Who can access the information almost always, actually always is met. But then when we look into how easy it is to request information, or when we look into the overall results, like perceived transparency, this is not so colorful, although this picture is rosy in colors. If you have any questions, maybe this is a moment. If not, we'll move to Principle 16. Yes. Can I just ask Alistair if you're with us already?
Good afternoon, I am here.
Oh, great. Alistair, give me 15 minutes for the introduction to Principle 16 and the Ombudsman, and then I'll give you the floor to talk in details about the Supreme Audit Institution.
No problem, Lek.
Thank you. Good. Then Principle 16 indicates that Parliament, Ombudsperson, and Supreme Audit Institution should effectively scrutinize public administration. This is another principle that is fairly easy to formulate, much more difficult to monitor and to measure. And you will see that among the principles, there's a point that we do not measure at all. And this is the first point about the Parliament, because the principle says the Parliament scrutinize public administration. But when you look at our methodological framework, you will only see measuring Ombudsperson and Supreme Audit Institution. Well, we do create an indicator of this Parliament scrutiny, but this is not what you might expect. I'll explain. Let's go briefly through these principles. Parliament and its committees effectively scrutinize the executive, monitoring work, and we are saying why, how, hearings, questions to government, parliamentary inquiries, evaluation of public policies, and budget oversight. Then we would like to see Parliament effectively or actively supporting the Ombudsperson and Supreme Audit Institutions in their oversight functions. I'll come back to this. And then we have a sort of parallel sub-principles about the Ombudsperson and the Supreme Audit Institutions. We're talking about the independence of Ombudsperson. We're talking about independence of the Supreme Audit Institution. We're talking about the capacities of the Ombudsperson. We're talking about capacities of the Supreme Audit Institution. We're talking about the mandate for both institutions. And finally, we talk about the implementing of the recommendations of these two institutions. The only difference is that because the Ombudsperson is usually one individual and that there are quite clear international standards about this person, we proposed a sub-principle about high moral character, integrity, and appropriate professional expertise and experience as a requirement to appoint a person as an ombudsperson in a national legislation. We have 14 criteria for the parliament, but I'll explain why I'm saying we are not really measuring it directly. And then we have from 2 to 6 or 7 criteria for all additional sub-indicators, which do reflect sub-principles. The parliament, yes. What we do here is we take specific criteria from many other areas of our own methodological framework to check if Parliament scrutinizes the government. But we know that this is an extremely political issue. Therefore, we do not go to parliaments checking if they we don't discuss with them how they do it. We do check if regulations enable the parliament and committees to debate, scrutinize, and amend government. This is purely legislation. We check if the regulations allow them to carry out oversight functions. Again, this is legislation. Then we check if in plenary sessions the government is represented at the political level. This is already practice in implementation. We check if in committee sessions the government is represented in discussions on relevant policy issues. We also check if the parliamentary committees are required to carry out ex post reviews of implementation of laws. And all these questions or criteria are taken from our area policy development or coordination. We just copy the results to our area. This is similar with whether Parliament prepares and publishes reports on the implementation of laws and policies, whether they discuss budget, whether they discuss the implementation of annual report, whether they discuss annual report of the Supreme Audit Institution, whether it is presented by the Supreme Audit Institution. So it's a composite of many criteria that are present in other areas, and plus we add here one question that is based on perception of general public. We ask them whether the parliament effectively scrutinize the government and make it accountable to citizens, and we check how many people strongly agrees and how many people disagrees with this. We also have one more sub-indicator about the parliament, which here we measure it using specific criteria for this area, but it's limited to parliamentary support to ombudsperson and parliamentary support to Supreme Audit Institution. So we would like to see that the parliament actively supports these two oversight institutions by first defining how the reports from these bodies are handled in the parliament, ideally a dedicated committee that can be a committee for other topics as well. But if a report from ombudsperson enters or comes to the parliament, it's not put in a drawer, but there's a procedure saying, oh, this report should be given to this committee and reviewed within such a deadline. Then we would like to see that the parliament issued at least one written statement calling on specific government bodies to implement recommendations that were given to this body either by the ombudsperson or by the SAI. This is an evidence of strong support to these two oversight institutions. Finally, strong institutions can present the annual report in the plenary session and in a limited timeline, namely 6 months after the submission. We believe that through allowing these institutions to present their reports in plenary session, their position is built among the public administration, so which helps them or facilitates them their work. Then, about the independence of the ombudsperson, capacities, and public trust, we have a limited number of criteria here. So first we look whether the law indicates or enshrines that the ombudsperson must be independent. Of course, we did not come up with these ideas ourselves. Everything actually that reflects or that refers to legislation is derived from the principles on the protection and promotion of the ombudsman institution, the so-called the Venice principles that were adopted in 2019. It's also where we found good requirements or expectations towards the removal from office, which should only be possible in cases of incapacity or misconduct. Also, the Venice principles indicate that the term of the ombudsman should have a non-renewable term, at least 7 years, or if this is a non-renewable or only once renewable, it should be longer than the appointing body. And based on what countries have in their legislation, we award points here. But there's more to this. It's also the right to manage the budget, the staff, and the organizational structure without interference of the executive. And we really could talk a lot about what it means, whether the staff can be civil servants or not. Let's not discuss about that here, but happy to do it once. We only check through discussions, analysis of legislation, if they can manage their staff and budget independently of the executive. And then we also ask the citizens, how do you perceive the ombudsman? Is it independent of political influence? And how much do you trust? How much trust do you have in the ombudsman institution? We also ask whether you believe that the ombudsman effectively scrutinizes the government and make it accountable to the citizens. So these are this introductory or basic requirements. Then we have two actually, criteria for requirements for the person to be appointed to the ombudsman position. First, we don't want to see in the law limitations. It should be the requirements. Well, limitation would be it must be a PhD in law. No, the requirements should be sufficiently broad as to encourage a wide range of suitable candidates. Yet, these criteria are required from candidate should include high moral character, integrity, and of course appropriate professional expertise and experience. And this can or should even be experience in the field of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And we were wondering how to measure if the ombudsman is closely politically affiliated, what we see in some countries. And we came up with this proposal, then accepted by our partners, that the ombudsman should be elected with a qualified majority by the parliament. The higher the majority received, the more universal support for the ombudsman has been in the country, and this is how we look at that. Then we check the mandate and powers, and of course these are standard requirements that all general interests, public services should be covered by the mandate, not only by public state, but also state bodies, municipalities, private entities. That it should cover both prevention and correction of maladministration, but also human rights and fundamental freedoms. That the ombudsperson may initiate investigation on its own decision or based on a complaint, that he or she is not limited in how the investigation can be started, that these investigative powers are effective. That's not that very easy to measure, but of course we would like to avoid a situation where ombudsperson requests information and nothing happens. So these effective investigative powers must include the right to access to buildings, institutions, persons, access to all relevant documents, data sets, materials, and so on. A good practice is giving the ombudsperson the power to challenge the constitutionality of laws and regulations or general administrative acts to the Constitutional Court. And then we look at the practice, because of course legislation can be nice, but we interview the ombudsperson, and we can also talk to the members of parliament whether there were actual cases where obstacles to implement the mandate were discussed in public, or the parliament was informed about such obstacles. Because if there were such obstacles, then we could not say that the legislation was fully implemented. On the other hand, we don't want to have unimportant issues reported as obstacles. So this is why we check if this was publicly discussed, reported specifically in the parliament. Finally, we look at the implementation of ombudsperson recommendations. We check if the ombudsperson has the power to issue recommendations, whether there's a system of monitoring these implementations, whether the ombudsperson can inform us about how many of the recommendations were implemented, and this concerns both so-called individual recommendations and systemic recommendations. These systemic recommendations are sometimes called de lege ferenda, where the ombudsperson would call for systemic changes or changes in the law. And this is what we measure, actually, not only for the ombudsperson, but also for the Supreme Audit Institution. And this is the moment where I give the floor to my colleague, Alistair. Alistair.
Hi there, Lek.
Yes, I'll give you the right to change slides.
Okay.
I don't know if you can do this.
I don't know if you can. Maybe it's probably going to be easier to say, just change the slide, I think.
Okay.
And I hopefully I won't dip out, because I've had in the last 2 minutes I've had connection problems, obviously, so it's working fine, but hopefully everything will be okay. Okay, so indicator 7, sub-indicator 7, we're looking here at the independence of the Supreme Audit Institution and whether that its heads and members are independent and legally protected and by the Constitution and the legal framework, and that the legal framework around independence is respected in practice. And we have 9 in sub-indicators here around various aspects of independence and the legal framework. So firstly, we're looking at whether the Constitution ensures the independence of the Supreme Audit Institution. One of the specific requirements of international standards is that Supreme Audit institutions are adequately covered by constitutions, and legally protected in that sense. And then the second one flows from that in terms of having the legal framework providing the Supreme Audit Institution, the members, the head of the Supreme Audit Institution, with protection by the Supreme Court against interference with its independence and its mandate, in terms of not just the Constitution and whether the legal framework provides the laws provide them with immunity from prosecution for conducting their work in line with the requirements of the law and conducting the normal course of work of the audit office. The third criteria we look at, or third sub-indicator we look at, is around whether there's been any removal of the head or the members of the Supreme Audit Institution for reasons not specified in the legal framework and without following due process in the last 3 years. It's perfectly normal for things like to be specified in the legal framework for removal of the head, for members, for things like death, which seems sort of absolutely obvious, for resignation, but things like severe long-term illness and unable to continue the functions of being the head of the SI. So those sort of things are normally specified, but we're here to ensure that heads of SI are not removed from inappropriate reasons, for political reasons, for conducting their work and producing critical reports and things like that. So the legal framework should protect the heads and the members of the SI from removal in those means. And often we see that the dismissal of the head of a SI can or should be considered having a qualified majority in terms of the dismissal by the Parliament. We look at the fourth sub-indicator here and fourth criteria here. The last appointment of the head of the SI was carried out according to legal framework and requires the appointment process to be conducted independently from the executive. So here we're looking to ensure that the practice does not involve the executive in terms of appointing the head of the SI. There are various mechanisms it could take. It could be appointment by the president, or confirmed by the Parliament. It could be through parliamentary processes, by parliamentary committee and a vote of the Parliament. These are the sort of practices we're looking to see in terms of the appointment of the head of the SI. The fifth criteria we consider here is about whether the head of the Supreme Audit Institution was appointed for a sufficiently long and fixed term, allowing them to carry out their mandate without fear of retaliation. It's important that they have long enough term to conduct their work and have to implement their mandate effectively. But we want to mitigate against the risk of being appointed for too long and the potential conflicts that could arise later on. So whilst the standards, international standards, do not define specifically what a sufficiently long and fixed term should be, the good practice that we advocate for is that the head of the SI should be appointed for a single term of between 7 to 15 years, but at least the term should be 5 years at least. And if there is opportunity for reappointment of that term, should be no more than twice in that period, twice for 2. The sixth criteria is around whether the executive, like the Ministry of Finance, and whether they exercise any control or direction over the formulation of the Supreme Audit Institution's budget, which we want to avoid. And following from that in the criteria 7, we want to make sure that they don't actually, the executive, the Ministry of Finance, the government do not have any control over or direction about how the SI actually uses the financial resources provided to the Supreme Audit Institution in its budget. So we're looking here to ensure that the legal framework provides for that legal independence in terms of the approval of the budget, and then also in terms of how they can use the money themselves, the Supreme Audit Institution, how the Supreme Audit Institution can use the money that have been allocated to them. And in terms of that, we also look to find out what actually happens in practice, not just what the legal framework says, but what actually happens in practice through interviews and seeing the documentation around the financial transactions. And then criteria 8 is about whether the Supreme Audit Institution is free from undue direction or interference in actually how it carries out and organizes itself. So whether the Supreme Court institution can organize itself as it sees fit to carry out its work, and whether it can manage its own office as appropriately, must manage its own resources, staffing, and things like that. So we're looking to see whether the legal framework provides them with that independence around their operational activities and management, and then also to see what happens in practice through discussion with the colleagues. And the final criteria around the independence is a perception survey question around the independence of from the civil service, and where we ask this colleagues in the civil service about how they think and to what extent do they agree that the audit institution carries out its work and activities independently of the government. So, next slide. So in terms of what we're looking at in terms of this indicator, we're obviously looking at the constitutional and the Supreme law of the Supreme Audit Institution. But we could also be looking at other legal laws, the budget code, budget law, laws on the civil service, if that impacts on the staffing of the Supreme Audit Institution, to see if they impinge on its independence and its operations. We also consider things that are relevant parliamentary or government decisions or appointment decisions for the heads and members of the Supreme Audit Institutions or for dismissals. And obviously we consider things like organizational, budgetary and financial documents in terms of the organizational and financial independence. And obviously this is supplemented with interviews from senior management and staff. And the graph just shows the results of the perception of the SAI independence by the civil service in the Western Balkans, which generally shows a reasonably high perception of that the SAIs are quite independent in the Western Balkans. So moving on to sub-indicator 8, and whether the SAI, the Supreme Audit Institution, has sufficient capacities for exercising its mandate and enjoys public trust. So the first criteria here is about whether the legal framework provides the Supreme Audit Institution with the rights to access premises, documents, and information, which is fundamental to being able to do their work and to doing effective audits, so to have free and unfettered access to the various documents and premises and information. And in this regard, we also consider access to electronic databases as being fundamental and appropriate in this regard. And then following on from that, in criteria 2, we asked the question whether the SAI has been denied access to premises, documents, and information in the last 3 years to see what happens in practice. So in this regard, we're basically looking whether the legal framework provides clear rights of access, and then looking what the practice is through interviews, through any other sources. Occasionally we see media sources on that access being denied to various things for the Supreme Audit Institution. So, but it's normally through evidence of actual interview evidence from the SAI itself that we find out this is the case. And then criteria 3 and criteria 4 are from the surveys. The criteria 3, we look at the perceived ability of the SAI to effectively hold the government accountable, and that's been conducted with the public servant survey. And this is just the same as Lek has already said around the ombudsman. And then we consider the question about trust in the SAI followed by citizens. So next slide. And I think this just shows you the outcomes of these 2 survey questions that we had for the Western Balkans in terms of whether the SAI is considered effective in holding government accountable, which is, moderate results, but in terms of citizens' trust in the SAI, this also shows the ombudsman and the parliament actually, but the SAI, the trust in the SAIs and the citizens is fairly, well, it could be improved, probably be the best way to describe that. Okay, now moving on to sub-indicator 9 and mandate and powers of the Supreme Audit Institution. We're looking at 5 different criteria here. We're looking at what types of audit the SAI can undertake, whether the SAI is empowered to undertake by law to undertake financial, compliance, and performance audits. The three main types of audits are as identified by the International Supreme Audit Institution community, the international standards. They define these three types of audits as being the types of audits that all SAI should have the power to do. Then the second criteria is around what bodies are subject to audit and whether all public financial operations, regardless of whether and how they are reflected in the national budget, are subject to audit by the SAI or other independent external auditor. So we're expecting that all central government bodies, agencies, ministries, and such like, even if extra budgetary funds, things like that, are all subject to audit by the SAI. Doesn't matter if they're financed through general taxation or through the fees and service charges. The SAI should have the right to audit all these institutions. And then with respect to reporting, the third criteria, we're looking at whether the legal framework provides the SAI with the right to decide the content and timing of audit reports and to publish and disseminate them. Fundamental principles of the international standards for supreme audit institutions is that they should have the right to decide what their reports contain and the timing of those audit reports and when they can make them public and disseminate them. There often are cases where certain reports are required by legislation. That's not a problem, but generally they should also be able to produce any other report they feel is appropriate and make that public whenever they feel. And then the last two criteria here are, as we look at the coverage of financial and compliance audit, we're considering here the requirements around mandatory audits. There's normally a requirement around mandatory audits around things like the audit of the state budget or potentially ministries and other aspects around that. And we look to see whether audits have been conducted of all mandatory institutions or audit accounts in the last 3 years. And then with respect to the coverage of performance audit, the last criteria here, we're considering whether the range of policy areas that have been covered by the Supreme Audit Institution in terms of its performance audits over the last year. So that we set out another range of policy areas we'd expect potentially to be covered in any 1 year. And the more that are covered by the SAI in terms of its performance audit, the more points that are provided to in the scoring of this. So again, in terms of the first three criteria, we're looking at the laws, constitutional laws, to ensure that the legal framework provides them with the right powers in terms of audit types, the bodies they can audit, and the reporting that they can undertake. And then in terms of coverage and financial and performance audits, we're looking at what actually happens in practice and what has been covered. And then finally, I think, moving on, next slide. Slide 10. No, sorry, excuse me. Sub-indicator 10 on the implementation of audit recommendations. One of the few ways we really have to measure the actual impact of the Supreme Audit Institution's work. We're looking to see what how many percentage of audit recommendations made by the Supreme Audit Institution are accepted by the auditees. And then we're looking at also whether on the reported rate of implementation of those audit recommendations that have been accepted. So here we're looking to get data from the Supreme Audit Institution, either through their monitoring systems, which we actually expect them to have in place, of audit recommendations made and implemented. So we're looking to see, based on the systems that they have, the number of audit recommendations made in the year prior to the latest calendar year, and how many of those have been implemented by the end of the following year, to identify the rate of progress. So in the chart below, you can see that we see in terms of the implementation rates for SAI recommendations across the Western Balkans. I should note here that we're not just looking for those recommendations that are being fully implemented. we're also considering some recommendations that have been partially implemented as well. There's a different weighting in terms of how we consider the partially implemented recommendations in terms of how we arrive at the final value for the percentage of implementation rate of the implementation rate percentage. So I think that's me swiftly through the Supreme Audit Institution recommendations, sub-indicators, and happy to take any questions that you may have. But I hand back to Lek, if you're there, and hopefully I didn't drop out at any point.
Of course, I'm still here. Who was changing your slides?
I have no idea who was changing my slides.
It was me. It was me, of course.
Of course it was.
No. If there are no questions, then we can just conclude by saying that, like for all other indicators, sub-indicators, we have this nice chart from which you can read that the legislation in terms both of SAI and Ombudsman is the best implemented, usually meets the international standards. But when you look at the implementation of recommendations, it's not as rosy again. I see that capacities of SAI and public trust is also not that high. Also, capacities and trust in the Ombudsman leaves room to desire. So this brief overview is we were able to have it because of the indicators, but again, the indicators only measure what can be measured during our assessment, and it's not sufficient to have a good administration if you only implement what can be measured by Sigma. There's much more, and we provide countries with additional guidance with individual projects, and I know Alistair works with many Supreme Audit institutions and could have a presentation on each and every criteria for an hour or so. So if you have additional questions, let's meet separately. If you don't, then I invite you to a convenience break. Okay, then Principle 17 is not new. We always talked about the right to good governance, good administration through administrative procedure, but it has been heavily reformulated, and especially in the way we measure that. But what is important? What is important in what we cover by administrative procedure, judicial review, and public liability? There's a set of principles here that I'll try to explain at the level of sub-principles. First, there are certain principles or standards on how administrative procedure should look like and how should it be conducted. And these standards include lawful exercise of discretion, legal certainty, equality, impartiality, and proportionality. In this administrative procedure, it's important that everyone, actually it's mainly about the citizens and businesses, can have their rights, two important rights assured, namely the right to be heard and the right to access the files based on which the administrative decision is made. Then, still about the procedure, when the decision is made, we expect good administration to state the reasons for this decision, justification, both legal and factual. We would like administration to notify the parties about the decision and inform them about the right to appeal. Yes, there can be cases when the right of appeal is not there, but this is when the decision is entirely beneficial for the interest of everyone and no one is contesting it. The appeal is something we will have several sub-indicators and criteria. It can be both internal, where the administration ensures this appeal mechanisms and legal remedies. These are usually swift and easy, but also access to independent court. I jumped one sub-principle, but this access to independent court should be given to both to individuals and legal persons, and the objective is to obtain effective protection of the rights in a timely manner. But when we are still within the government, we do not go to independent courts. It's important that the information about how the administration functions, actually how these administrative procedures functions, is monitored. So we would expect internal administrative appeals and judicial appeals to be monitored, so that if there are any challenges, they are properly addressed. We will have, with a separate indicator, some characteristics of good administrative justice system, the administrative judiciary, so that it has a mandate and resources needed for efficient delivery of decisions. And then maybe some of you remember we had a separate sub-principle on public liability. Now it is part of this important principle number 17, where we are saying that if the administration does something wrong, if holders of public administration mismanage then the individuals and legal persons can claim, can access kind of redress and be compensated if the damages harmed them. But what we added in 2023 was even elevated to a level of sub-principle, is that administration not only make these payments from wrongdoing, but actually analyzes causes of these compensation payments and takes actions to learn from the mistakes, so that in the future there are fewer errors or similar errors. And actually this is the reason why we consider it so important, because the overall principles are to ensure good administration. So let me now go to individual indicators and sub-indicators. But before I jump there, you may remember one of the first slides when I explained that we tried to have one indicator per one sub-principle. In this case, we have two indicators per one principle. And the first indicator is only about the due process and good administrative behavior when conducting administrative procedures and applying public authority. So everything that is before the judicial appeal. Administrative justice has been moved to a separate indicator. This indicator, number one, about the administrative procedure, has 7 sub-indicators. They have from 1 to 10 criteria. You can see this is different from what we've seen in many other cases. You will notice how we have several sub-indicators with just 1 or 2 criteria. But what we look here is this administrative procedure, public liability, compliance with principles, which are assessed by laws and regulations of selected procedures. We also ask for information about the performance of these procedures, their timeliness, quality, number and consequences of appeals, and again, functioning of public liability regime, which is based on legal framework and evidence of settlement of payments. And when we go to the first sub-indicator, the one about the due process and the legal framework, you will notice that it is very packed with not fewer than 10 criterion. But well, this is really important. That's why we look for this sub-indicator at several specific decisions. We don't only review general legislation. Of course, we focus mainly on the law on general administrative procedures. It can have different names. We check whether it exists. We check whether laws and bylaws regulating procedures cover the points that we consider good standards. But the assessment of this sub-principle is conducted in 2 steps. First, we look at LGAP, law on administrative procedures, or general law on administrative, if it exists. And we look at 4 specific decisions. Decision on the application of work permit to a foreigner. It can be it should be a citizen of EU member state. That's to facilitate the comparison between countries. We look at the administrative procedure that leads to a decision on a construction permit for an individual house. We look at a procedure that ends up with a decision on granting disability payment, kind of disability pension. And we look at a decision on issuing a taxi permit in a capital city. Just again, to make sure that we compare the same cases. If in a country there's no law on general administrative procedure, then we base our assessment only on the special laws and bylaws regulating these administrative procedures. Again, I have this difficulty of explaining what is important because there are things that are important that we do not measure, and everything we measure is important, but this is not sufficient. So let me say that in this case, we award points when both law on general administrative procedures and special legislation ensure that the rights listed in all of the criteria, or if the special legislation does not stipulate the right and the LGAP does, then the special legislation should not contain any contradictory provisions. Like the deadlines must be the same, or you cannot oblige the applicant to submit data that the state already has, or making electronic communication impossible by these legal special laws. So if any of the procedures is conducted by municipalities, then we look how it is done at the level of the capital city. So the first is the famous once only principle. We namely look whether the applicant can, of course, we are talking about application of administrative procedures. So we were saying that they should not be required to submit any data that the public authority conducting the procedure has already in state registries. The second criterion is the right to communicate electronically. So we expect the legislation to enable electronic submission of the application and electronic communication throughout the entire procedure. Then we expect the legislation to give to the applicant the right to correct any possible errors in the application. So the application in principle should not be dismissed without the possibility to correct. And I know we are talking about basic requirements, but even in EU member state countries, there are cases where these procedures are not always met, and then they become very public. If we had more time, I would tell you about a very famous case in the United Kingdom, no, actually not the EU member states anymore, where someone used the wrong form, provided it electronically, although only paper copy were accepted, and then very serious issues, very serious problems. Okay, let's go back to our presentation. The right to correct errors in the application. Also, each party or the applicant should have the right to be heard. And this right to be heard prior to final decision is really important, but is limited. Well, it can not be in place when it is not limiting the rights of the party. But if there's any way the decision could act adversely affecting a person, then before it is adopted, that person should have the right to express their opinion on all the facts of the case. Also, and I mentioned this before, parties should have the right to access their files. Well, of course, there can be some restrictions to what these legitimate interests of confidentiality, professional and business secrecy must be protected. That's why we do not just check the box, we look into what the restrictions to the right to access files are implemented in the legislation of each country. Finally, the act, the final decision, the document that is signed, we have some expectations towards it based on what most administrative procedure or what most administrative laws in EU member states would indicate or would require. First, it should refer to legal basis. The provisions and the laws and bylaws which mandate the very issuance of this particular act should be very clearly indicated based on what act the decision is made. Then this act should include a statement of why this decision has been taken, not only on what basis, but factually, what was the reasoning behind the decision in the administrative act. Moreover, this act should also provide information about the right to appeal and specify the deadline for filing an appeal, also indicate where this appeal can be filed to, so that the party does not need to look into the law to find this very basic standard information. The applicant should have the right to appeal against administrative silence in case there's no decision issued, and also to go directly to the court with such cases of silence. Finally, each party should have the right to appeal and turn to the courts when the final decision is given. This specifically for us, this right to go to a court is even more important than the right to appeal to a superior authority. And of course, there are decisions issued by administrative bodies with no superior authority above them. So if each party has the right to appeal to and turn to the courts, then and only then we award points. Finally, we look at the due process and whether it is respected. This is a specific case where we look at the World Justice Project Rule of Law Index, and we check the individual cases of national environment protection authorities, national tax authorities, and local authorities, where experts present their opinion whether there's a specific factor due process is respected in administrative proceedings. We base our opinion on this because we are not able to reveal it, to analyze it ourselves. But that was only the first of all the sub-indicators that we have here. So let me move to the next slide, where we actually look into specific administrative procedures. And you may remember the first sub-principle. We had the statement that administrative procedures are conducted in line with principles of legality, including lawful exercise of discretion, legal certainty, equality, impartiality, and proportionality. So what we are doing is we take some specific administrative procedures that we actually review in details and assess for service delivery area, and we check if, for example, the actual delivery of government service of someone applying to renew a passport or national identity card in a very specific context, namely, the card is not lost, but it's expired. That the application is made within the country and not through embassy. That this is a standard procedure and there's no fast track. So we just check what is the average number of days to receive confirmation of the availability of this document. And we define precisely what is the starting time, what is the end time, and we check what is the 12-month average calculated based on administrative data that exists in a country, and then based on the number of days, knowing what are good practices in the European Union member countries, we give points. I can just say that for this first one, the good standards are between 7 and 21 days. Meaning waiting 7 days is very good. Waiting more than 27 days is definitely not good practice. And similarly, we look into several other procedures, registering in a healthcare system. Again, we look at what was the average number of days to obtain documents proving your registration, and in our methodology, we have this specific case, like a scenario predefined, and we again look at a 12-month average. And again, it is between 7 and 21 days in this case, because it's not always the same. The third of the procedure that is reviewed in details is about applying for unemployment benefit. The fourth is applying for disability pension. Here, for example, we are saying that, okay, 60 days is a good timing, although we know that some countries can do it much better. But we are saying 180 days that we also see is definitely not good. Again, all the results are taken from the assessment in the service delivery and digitalization area, where they are based on a predefined scenario. For example, registering a second-hand car, we do admit that a good practice is 1 day. So for 1 day, you can get the maximum points. And if this takes more than 15 days, then you get 0 points. Also, same approach, average number of days to start a business, average number of days to register a new employee. And here again, it should be done in less than 1 day. If it takes more than 1 day on average, then the country would not score a point. Then we also have a scenario for applying for an environmental subsidy for companies. Here we know it can take more than 1 day. Or actually, we are saying everything below 30 days is worth the maximum number of points. And then at the end of this list of procedures that we look into actual practice, we measure satisfaction of citizens with the time needed to complete the administrative procedures. Actually, we try to ask those respondents who had tried to obtain ID or health confirmation of health insurance or unemployment. We simply ask a question: were you satisfied or dissatisfied with the overall time it took to complete your application last time? And then we, based on the answers, we calculate average percentage of those who were satisfied and score points based on this. A very similar question that we ask to businesses: were you satisfied? And then calculating averages. But these are perceptions, yes. So we would really like to see that the administration is aware of its performance. So we want to, we would like to obtain from the administration the number of applications handled for the sample procedures. And then we look at these procedures like construction permit, application for work permit, disability benefit, taxi, etc. How many of these were completed within the statutory deadlines? And then we divide them by totality. And if, let's say, 80% of all applications are done within statutory deadlines, this is decent. Actually, you should have 100% done, but anything below 80% does not give you any points. And then we do the same for all such procedures. This is already the next sub-indicator to which I jump as well. Because in administrative procedures, you actually provide services to citizens. So ultimately, the results of how the procedures are organized, it is to make citizens or users satisfied from the services. We run a survey. You as civil servants may be aware that we run survey of civil servants, but we also run a survey of citizens, the population survey so-called, and we ask a question, public administration respects the law when handling citizens' requests for administrative services. Do you agree or not? And then based on the answers or the level of how many people agree or do not agree, we award points. The same, we ask a question about whether the law is applied to everyone equally, yes or no. And below you'll see the results from the Western Balkans. Well, of course, you would expect 100%, but this is perception. However, if only 6% of citizens claim that public administration is applying the law to everyone equally, well, then this is a big issue. 6, 8, anything, and to us, actually, anything below 90% would not give you full points. We have this linear function, but it's interesting to see that the law is not applied equally according to those to whom the law is applied. The next slide is also about the perception, also a perception of predictability and impartiality, but this time by businesses. So we run a survey of businesses. We ask them the question, public administration interpretation of the laws and regulations affecting your company are consistent and predictable. We ask, do you agree or not? We think that for businesses, these two characteristics are very important: consistency and predictability. That's why we ask. But we also ask them about this impartiality. The public administration is applying the law to everyone equally, and you can see the administrations where people perceive the administration as more predictable and impartial, but this is not the case. I don't have data for Ukraine, but when we run the assessment, these are the questions that we will ask to measure the results, the outcomes of the organization of administrative procedures. And then I told you that in the process, in the first sub-indicator, we also look at the appeal, the internal appeal, that we check if the administration is able to provide these effective legal remedies before the citizen or business can go to court, because administration should be able to correct wrong decisions if they are wrong. So why how we are doing this? You see this on the left part of the slide. We check, we have again this sample of administrative procedures: work permit, construction permit, granting disability payment, and issuing a taxi permit. And we look at the number of complaints submitted to courts. We look how many of them, what was the number of them in divided by the totality of administrative appeals, and we check what is the outcome of these decisions contested in court. If more than 40% are successful, then sorry, your administrative appeal does not work properly. If this share is high, this may indicate the need for administrative appeal. We also check the share of repealed or changed administrative acts. And again, we look at the first instance administrative court, and we check how many of them were repealed. There where the complaint was upheld or partially upheld. We do not count misdemeanor decisions here because in some administrations they are so huge in numbers, but they do not necessarily describe well the functioning of administration. So this is the slide that moves us to monitoring effectiveness of administrative procedure. And this is where we expect well-functioning administration to have information. This is where we indicate that having an IT system actually can help with monitoring the information, although we do not indicate any specific mechanism, but a government should have data on submitted requests, should have data on how many of these requests were solved, what was the outcome of these procedures, how long these procedures lasted, whether there were appeals and how many of these appeals were solved, what was the length of appeal or court procedures, and what was the outcome of these court procedures. We believe that you need to have some sort of organizational setup, namely someone needs to be responsible for monitoring functioning of this administrative procedure. It can be institution conducting the procedure, it can be the superior institution, or it can be centralized through like ministry responsible for public administration, or any other body that has this legal requirement for monitoring and analyzing the functioning of administrative procedure. And then maybe just a reminder, we do not verify the data on all administrative procedures. We only look at this sample of 4 administrative procedures for the purpose of our assessment. So work permit, construction permit, granting disability benefit, and application for taxi permit, but it's only because we can check 4. Administration, good administration should have data on all administrative procedures and on their performance. Yes, oh, sorry, actually, I think I did not. No, I did presented the outcomes and courts. Then monitoring. Monitoring bodies quite important and necessary to ensure good functioning of administration. And therefore, we check if there are bodies subject to public liability, and like in the past, we expect all public bodies to be subject to public liability regime. This can be stated either in the law on obligations, law on administrative procedures, law on administrative disputes, or even on constitutional court process. Wherever it is, it's important that everyone, all public bodies that exercise public authority are subject to liability. And this liability can come either from action, unlawful action, or inaction if the body was obliged to act. And we want to see that for both types of actions or inactions, public bodies can be held liable. Then we look also whether it covers this normative activity or normative inactivity. And yes, in the past, where we had a specific principle on this, we could talk more. Here, I'll just mention that this, like when we try to explain what we see, is that we give an example of a right to claim compensation for damages caused by normative acts or a normative act that was declared unconstitutional. Or by a normative inaction, for example, failure of the regulator to adopt a normative act within the deadline. In such cases, we would like to see the right to go to court. Normative actions, non-normative lawful acts as well. And again, real-life examples can include compensation for health damages caused by lawful vaccination. This is quite a standard one. Then we have some expectations towards the procedure itself, namely that there should be some specified time for submitting this public liability request, but not too short, like cannot be shorter than 1 year. The compliance should lead to compliance with the regime should lead to some kind of compensation, but there are different types of compensation, whether it is financial compensation or whether it is a return to original state. But this should be guaranteed. We also look whether there is this general administrative procedure to claim compensation due to state liability, and the deadline is not too long. And we check whether these compensations are effectively paid. It's also because we've seen cases where courts instructed or courts judged in a liability, but the payments were never made. And actually, this is at the end of this first indicator under Principle 17. Always, I try to end up with an overview of where our candidate countries stand, and you can see that legal framework usually works well, but timeliness not. Public perception is equally poor. Business perception is poor. Administrative appeal, where we look at legislation, is good, but data about actual performance is missing, and functioning of public liability regime in all our countries. The citizens, businesses can go to court for wrongdoing, but we have difficulties in finding information about the actual payment of compensation and about a system where the administration would learn from the mistakes, would analyze where the payments are made and why to remedy it. And before I move to Principle 18 about public integrity, I also need to complete the presentation of Principle 17 by looking at the second leg of the system, namely administrative judicial disputes. And here we have not so many criteria. We have 6 sub-indicators, and I'll go through them in the next 15 minutes. First sub-indicator is about the access to independent administrative justice. And by saying access, we look at the legislation, and we want to see that everyone has the right to challenge the administrative acts and actions in court. At a minimum, it should be possible to contest administrative acts as well as actions and a delay, the silence, administrative silence, you should be able to challenge in courts. For example, and this is a nice case that a colleague indicated, in order to contest administrative action, you need to first obtain a written administrative act confirming that the administration will not perform the action or will not adjust its action. Of course, this is not acceptable. We want to make sure that this action can be contested directly without going through administration confirmation. We want to see that the time limit for challenging administrative actions is at least 30 days from delivering the act to the person. That there can be different time limits for specific time claims. I've just mentioned that the compensation of damages, this claim for compensation, can and should have a longer deadline, but this is not considered here. We are saying the 30 days is the minimum. If there are cases where it's difficult to go to court, people should have the right to apply for some legal aid, like assistance for legal representation for these administrative cases. And we check if your national legal acts regulate this availability. This should not be restricted, and there's quite a good European legislation that refer to people who are economically weak position, so that they are able to obtain this legal advice on not only administrative but also social, civil, fiscal matters. It's both the EU and Council of Europe. For some people, we would also like to see that the legislation provides exemptions from payment of court fees, but in any case, these court fees should not be a barrier to access to justice. So we analyze the level of fees in 2 specific cases. We check what is the fee for a complaint against refusal of access to public information that I discussed an hour ago or so. And we are saying this should not be more than 5% of the average gross salary. 5%. Yes, this should not be preventive to complain. And for a bigger tender, we have like estimated value 25,000 euro. This should not be more than 500 euro. And this is again based on good practices of other countries. What is also important about this procedure is that if the court decides in favor of the applicant, the court costs should of the applicant should be covered by the state, because he was right. He or she didn't need to go to court. Well, actually had to go to court, but the person was right. So the state should reimburse the court fees or the cost of legal representation. And in any case, the administration should bear its own costs, even if the administration loses if the administration wins, a complaint, the party should not be forced to cover costs of the administration. And when all this works well, we look at the perceived independence of the judicial system by the population. This is again a survey among population. We ask, from what you know, how would you rate the justice system in terms of independence of courts and judges? We look at that. We also look at the trust. How much do you trust? How much trust do you have actually in courts and judiciary? And then we calculate an average. But we also look at the hard data, not just the perception. We want to make sure that the administrative justice functions effectively. And this is one of these sub-indicators where we have the highest number of criteria, in this case 13. But these are all like standards of good administrative judiciary that has both the mandate and resources to effectively and efficiently deliver decisions. So among the criteria we have whether the court has the legal power necessary to redress the unlawful act. So at a minimum, the possibility to quash the administrative act in part or in full, and order an administrative act to be adopted or an administrative action to be taken within specific deadlines specified by court. Good practice that judgments of the first instance can be challenged in higher court. Of course, there can be some filtering mechanisms in place. The court can decide on the admissibility of appeal, like cases of fundamental significance, when the decision derogates from prior ruling of the High Court, etc., etc. But we check that appeal is allowed only in cases where the first instance court decided in full jurisdiction. Appeals in cases where administrative appeal was excluded or above certain monetary threshold. So if we notice this, then we are saying that this is against good practices, and we do not award points if there are these serious procedural shortcomings. Then public authorities should also be able to appeal decisions in the court of higher instance. It's important that the public administration, public authority has the same rights for challenging decisions in the decisions of the first instance courts in the higher court as the plaintiff. But it's important that there are certain safeguards established in the legislation to ensure that the court's decisions are executed effectively and without delays. And we verify whether it is in the legislation. We also look at the legislation for the effectiveness of remedies against excessive length. So whether there is a possibility to submit a complaint for inactivity of the judge to the court president or to a higher court, as well as possibility to be awarded compensation for the violation of this act, of this right to have effective and efficient judicial proceedings. We check whether it is allowed by the legislation, but we also check whether it is practiced in implementation. So we would simply like to see that there were cases that were actually procedure existed. We have one or two criteria about the institutional setup. This is the expectation that there are judges who deal exclusively with administrative cases in all court instances. This should ensure better organization. So we look into organization of the courts. If there are special courts, if not, we look at the internal division of judges or decisions to introduce internal chambers, like specialized chambers in courts of general jurisdiction. We look whether such judges who deal with administrative cases have sufficient number of legal assistants. We look whether at least there should be one legal assistant for every 2 judges in the country to support their work and to facilitate their work. We look if judges dealing with administrative cases have special training programs just for them. And we also look at the statistics, whether they took opportunity to participate in such training courses. We also look if the workload of judges is analyzed. So we look at reports on the performance of administrative courts, and that specifically in such reports, we want to see that there's a number of judges per court indicated, that there's a number of cases annually received and resolved per court and per judge, and also the number of unresolved cases at the end of the period. This is necessary for us, and in order to get this data, we look at case management system. We have several points where we look at what this system can do. Actually, during the assessment, we sit next to a judge or an assistant and look whether, for example, a complete list of cases which they are currently handling can be produced from the system, but they're small. Finally, about the outcomes, final court rulings should be available in public. Of course, this we look if yes, there's this question of anonymity, anonymizing texts, but we look whether more than 80% of judgments are published. We also look at what is the number of cases that were judged by a first instance court, and then they were amended by higher court. This tells a lot about the quality of this first administrative court instance. And then, of course, we look at standard key performance indicators, namely clearance rate in administrative court and calculated disposition time in administrative cases. This administration usually have, and we are able to compare the disposition time and clearance rate with courts in other jurisdictions in other countries. And let me finish this principle by presenting the results. Similarly to other areas, we see that where legislation is where we focus mainly on legislation, the results are good. Where functioning is a little less positive. However, what is specifically worrying is that public opinion does not trust the judiciary and does not believe in independence of the judiciary. Here the results really call for action by the government. I don't want to say actions by the courts, but of course this is important. I will now move to the last of all principles under accountability area, or organization accountability and oversight area, as we can now call it. And we'll start by making a reference to one of my first sentences in the presentation, in the introduction, where I mentioned that we only look at the limited number of criteria, limited number of characteristics. If we want an in-depth analysis of integrity, then we would run integrity scan or integrity review, which is fully based on our criteria, the way we measure. The modern similarities, a lot of criteria are identical, but we don't go into that level of details. Again, because we only measure a selection of things that can be implementing the principles. But of course, we work with countries on individual sub-principles, individual criteria, improving small elements of the system. But when we measure, we only measure what can be measured fast and easily, both for the administration and for us. So with this caveat, I'll start by this general slide where I indicate the principle and sub-principles. The principle indicates or requires a coherent and comprehensive public sector integrity system which minimizes the risk of corruption. And this general statement is further declined, detailed by a set of sub-principles, which I assume by now you know that they will look at the strategic level, institutions, implementation, the results. So the government should establish strategic objectives to reduce the risk of corruption and threats to integrity. These objectives should be based on risk analysis and data. No surprise. Then we have something about the content. The regulations or the legislation should define comprehensively the corruption and integrity violations. We have references to specific international documents that the national legislation should be aligned with. For public sector, there should be rules and values for ethical conduct in place. So not only what is not criminal, but what is not ethical should be defined and effectively communicated and enforced. You will see then how we define this effective communication and how we measure that actually for all these points here, the key words, key concepts are then measured. Integrity violations should be easily reported. There should be a complaint mechanism. And something that, of course, we are not able to measure, but it's primordial, is instrumental, namely the open organizational culture. And then we have the whistleblowers, we have conflict of interest situations, we have assets declarations, we have lobby and influence, finally. And for all these elements, we provide some general statements and a lot more of specificities at the level of criteria. So protection of whistleblowers against all types of reprisals, confidential reporting, and some follow-up ensured. Then we have a coherent system of managing conflict of interest situations. This is, of course, incompatibilities, pre and post employment, cooling off periods, etc. Then monitoring of assets declarations, that are based on risks, verification of personal assets and declared income. Here, I know in Ukraine, not only it works, but it is enhanced. Then I'll come back. Then lobby and influence activities defined, transparent, and conducted with integrity. And because there is so much to monitor, to regulate here, we really suggest a strong, effective integrity risk management and control systems that should function in public sector organizations, so that integrity violations are detected, investigated, and sanctioned. A recommendation or a sub-principle that encourages countries or bodies within countries to collaborate, to share information, to work across agency boundaries, because this has always been an obstacle in effective implementation of anti-corruption laws. Finally, there should be a body responsible for monitoring this effectiveness of the system and proposing improvements. When I presented the principle and sub-principles, I will now present the indicators. And in this case, we have one indicator and 11 sub-indicators. Some are based on legislation. Most are based on administrative data, on practice in implementation, as we call it. And we also have some data based on surveys. So first, we would like administration to set some strategic framework for fighting corruption and integrity risks. Again, we do not call for a separate anti-corruption strategy. I know it is practiced in many countries, and it cannot be criticized, but this is not necessary. It can be part of other strategies, but it should be clear that they need to be adopted at the level of government. They must be enforced, and these objectives must relate to curbing corruption or mitigating integrity risks of public officials. We know that sometimes these strategies refer to private sector, public corporations. This is, of course, also accepted and welcomed. But to meet the requirements of Chapter 23, the rule of law, strategic documents. These are all interlinked objectives. Then these strategies should have outcome level indicators, not only a list of activities to be done, but these more strategic targets, and then we look if these strategies have target values for these outcome level indicators, again adapted at the level of government, whether these strategies or this strategy has an action plan. Of course, action plan must specify activities, timelines for each area of work, responsibility for implementing activities, at least at the level of organizations, and this action plan actually should be published for us to award points. Like with other strategies that Sigma refers to, we would also like to see a monitoring report published, produced at least annually. Finally, either we or the administration should check the implementation rate of integrity activities. We know how to calculate that, but it is good if the administration is able to, for the sake of accountability, to inform the public about how many or what is the percentage of successfully implemented actions that were planned within the last calendar year for our purposes. The next sub-indicator refers to the content of national legislation. Specifically, we would like to see that in the penal code, there are regulations of fraud, deception, and corruption perpetrated by public officials, and they should include at a minimum specific violations like financial fraud against the state, forgery, counterfeiting documents, active bribery, passive bribery, embezzlement, abuse of function, abuse of power, money laundering, etc., etc. This is usually based on United Nations Convention against corruption. There are some non-mandatory corruption offenses, like trading in influence and illicit enrichment, that we would like to see. But again, we need to decide what we measure, so we measure only these previous ones. Then we would like to see the sanctions that are established for breaching incompatibilities between public functions and private functions. And we do not define ourselves what are these incompatibilities, but we check if the regulations indicate what is banned, because it can differ from one country to country, but the idea is of course the same. Then we check if there are sanctions for breaches of conflict of interest. So this would of course mean any restrictions on secondary employment, post-employment, and of course, for this principle, for the entire principle, we focus on civil servants. But for these principles, we look beyond civil servants. We are saying that the minimum scope, or we're saying that the scope includes also civil servants, because sometimes it's easier to find regulations that refer to politically elected persons, And it's fine, of course, but we definitely want to see regulations that cover also civil servants. The same for secondary employment, post-employment, and we would like to see that the sanctions, that there's collected information about the use of investigations and trials for each of these offenses. Breach of standards for transparency and integrity in lobbying, post-employment, failure to disclose assets, of course, should also be the violation should be sanctioned. So this is the list of what kind of sanctions we look for. Then the third sub-indicator is about communication and enforcement of rules and values for ethical conduct of public officials. And of course, we would like to see here standards for public conduct published for public officials. Again, it's good if they are for politically elected persons, but we would like to see the scope also for civil servants, at least for civil servants, that these standards of on ethical conduct cover such issues that are unlikely to be covered elsewhere, like gifts and benefits. That again, these rules should apply specifically to civil servants. But what is important, and this is how where I mentioned that it should be effectively communicated. We do ask a question to public officials in a survey. This is the so-called civil service survey. To what extent do you agree with the statement, the ethical guidelines are clear and understandable? Of course, we would like to see at least 90% answers. I agree, or I strongly agree, to award the maximum of points. Sub-indicator 4 is about the whistleblowers. We would like to see the reporting procedures. We would like to see effective mechanisms of protection against retaliation in the law, an obligation to ensure confidentiality of the reporting persons, that there are different channels, internal, external, writing, etc., and that they are in the law. It's a good practice, expected by the principles that the report is someone acknowledges the reception of this report, and that you, if you were the whistleblower, you can check the follow-up, you receive feedback of the outcome, and that they ensure that relevant authorities are informed. That there is this designated authority to receive external whistleblower reports, which means simply that potential whistleblowers were to report, and that their reports are accepted even if they are anonymous, because what we've seen often, and that's also a relic of the past, anonymous reporting is not accepted. I mean, nothing will happen if it's not signed by a name, report by name, address, and telephone number. And then some suggestions on how to organize it effectively. Namely, we suggest that there is a public website that provides all the information on the whistleblower rights, procedures, contact details, etc. But it will mean little, this institutional and legal setup, if the citizens or civil servants are not willing to report corruption. So we have this survey question where we ask how easy it is to report corruption. What do you think if you witnessed a case of corruption and you wanted to officially report it? How easy or difficult would this be for you? Is more or less the question that we ask. And again, we are aware that this is a proxy. We are aware that there can be hundreds of questions asked and other indicators, but this is what we decided to be most cost benefit for the sake of our assessments, and yet at the same time they would give good guidance on how to implement the principles and sub-principles. And for example, this one is about the conflict of interest situations. And you have 14 criteria that already give you a very detailed information on what is expected from candidate countries in terms both of the legislation but also practices. And of course, we can discuss whether we are too demanding or not demanding enough, but these are all averages based on what we see in European Union member states and what we see in our countries. So first, we expect to see cooling off periods. So after employment in public sector, you don't go to private sector companies that you issued administrative decisions about. Of course, this can be applicable to different groups of public officials, but again, we want at least senior civil servants to be concerned. Then a regulation expected on conflict of interest situations, someone responsible for verification and sanctioning such situations. And then regulations should establish a list of specific functions or positions that you cannot combine with other functions and positions. So this incompatibilities that I've mentioned before. Regulations should define who is institutionally responsible for assets declaration, the submission, compliance, and verification of the content. This cannot be left undecided. That any member, the legislation should require that any member of the government must submit asset declaration. Any member of the parliament must submit asset declaration. Any member of the highest bodies of the judiciary, any high risk position in administration, any newly appointed or reappointed public manager should submit an interest and asset declaration. And of course, we provide some additional guidance on when, namely upon the taking of duties and renewal or departure. And legislation actually is the easiest part to be done. More difficult are the requirements around how to organize this submission of declarations and how to ensure their verification. So, of course, we would encourage countries to require submission electronically, because this allows through interoperability with other databases to review the content and not only of usually very limited number of applicants, of those who applied, who filed assets declaration. But then we expect procedures to be in place, and this is a specific formulation, to ensure that these procedures should ensure that all newly appointed or reappointed top public managers of the executive branch who were obliged to file asset declaration have actually done that. So this can be done either by showing the number of those who were obliged and the number of actually submitted declarations, but it can also be shown to us by demonstrating that the body to which the asset declarations are to be filed is aware or was aware about every single appointment of top public managers. So we also look at the internal control systems of the internal procedures, making sure that everyone who is obliged to file asset declaration actually does that. We look whether there are procedures to verify the accuracy and correctness of these declarations, that they are checked against other available data sources. And of course, when you can do this electronically, this is better. But there are cases or there are countries where there are so many asset declarations that a risk of or a chance of being selected for in-depth analysis is minimal. So to make sure that those who are mostly exposed are their assets declaration are verified, we expect this selection to be made on risk and not necessarily on hazard, random, or every 5 years. These are procedures that do not ensure that those in most risky positions have the content verified more often. This would be on asset declaration. Then we have detailed requirements for regulating lobbying activities. Again, nothing special, that the lobbying activities should be defined. Code of conduct should exist, regulate interactions between public officials and lobbyists. There should be a body responsible for overseeing this area. That there should be lobbyist registration tools accessible for all with details. Actually, European Commission lobbyist register is a good one. That it should allow to sort information by name, organization, domain, and also by piece of legislation where these lobbyists were interested in, that this information disclosed also the budget. And this entire register is available online. But when cases of lobbying are not properly registered, we would like to see that the authority responsible can prove that there were investigations in practice, at least one carried out for non-compliance, to show that the system actually works. Similarly, we have this assessment of effectiveness of risk management and control systems that we take from our colleagues in indicator 26. So we just copy the data, like in the case of parliament or administrative procedures. But we also moved to anti-corruption and public integrity principles related to disciplinary procedures in civil service. we moved it from PSHRM. That's why I did not present it there. And for these integrity violations, we would like to see that they are punishable by at least by disciplinary procedures, that these disciplinary procedures follow basic procedural principles. By these basic principles, we of course hear the right to be heard, to see the files. Nothing new. This is already taken. The results are taken from some other sub-indicator in PSHRM, but we would like to see that these disciplinary procedures do not last too long. In any case, not more than 90 days. And one of the last sub-indicators is about the collaboration of inter-agency collaboration within administration, collaboration on public integrity issues. So it's mainly about information on sanctions, disciplinary procedures, crime investigations, statistics that is available, and that is also available publicly. And finally, to measure how to measure the outcome of all these anti-corruption or pro-integrity measures that are undertaken. Well, we look at what is perceived level of bribery by businesses, level of bribery in the country, by businesses and by population. We ask businesses to say whether they agree or not agree with a statement. It is common for companies like mine to have to give irregular payments or gifts to public officials to get things done. This is kind of, we are saying the same, but we are not using the term to give a bribe. And if we see more than 30% of respondents saying, I agree, I tend to agree, of course, we do not, we cannot give any points. Similarly, we have a question to civil servants, to population, where the question is a bit different, namely, in the last 12 months, did you have to give to any public official a gift or money in addition to what is really needed as a fee, or do any favor in return for service? And we ask whether it is about police, utilities, tax revenues. And if more than 8% of the population says yes, then we do not give any points. And here you can see that there were administrations where citizens experienced bribery much more than this 8 points, but this threshold is kind of arbitrary. Unfortunately, we have even 18% of cases. But let me now go to the very last sub-indicator, because it may be a surprise to you, because it is a question that we ask to population. Do you trust public service? Do you trust civil service? Ultimately, all these anti-corruption measures are to make sure public administration works well and can be trusted by citizens. This is the last of our indicators in principle 18, and you can see the results are not good at all. Of course, it's much easier to introduce rules for ethical conduct. It's fairly easy to make sure that your definition of corruption is aligned with international standards and that you have some legislation and even practices on conflict of interest. But still, if the bribery in the public sector is seen as a problem, people will not trust the civil service. This completes my presentation, and I mentioned at the very beginning that you can find everything I said, including the principles, on our website. You will find there also the methodology. You will find on our portal simulation with real data, but all the charts, tables from past assessments. On LinkedIn, you will find updates on what we do. You can write to us and you can write to me. This is my email address. Before you go, and we have 3 more minutes or more, please click on, no, you can't click. Just open the website that through the link that is provided, and be kind to answer 4 questions to evaluate the quality of this training today. This greatly helps us improve how we work with you. I will leave you with this slide. I thank you very much for staying with us for yet another full day. I regret I was not able to come to Ukraine, but I promise I'll do it as soon as it is possible. Thank you very much, and hopefully see you on the training for module number 5 and 6. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Marina, for staying with us, for organizing this event. I didn't know you're still here. If you want to have a final word, please do.
Якщо можливо, пане Олег, я хочу ще раз подякувати.
If possible, Mr. Lech, I would like to again express my gratitude for your extremely great presentations. It's really a pity that we do not have the opportunity to be all together in person, but I'm sure that the situation in Ukraine will improve and we will meet for sure in person soon. Thank you again for your expertise, for a high quality webinar. And I'm saying that on behalf of all of our colleagues, because we already see feedback in the chat and we have started discussing our today's webinar. You know, we still discussed our previous webinar, but now we have a new topic for discussion as well. And really, thank you so much and see you soon again. I would also like to express gratitude to our interpreters, because it's really a complicated topic. We have such a powerful technical team of experts and terminology, but really, thank you so much, everyone. And on behalf of all the colleagues, I'm thank you again and see you soon. I would like to remind you that next week we will have an offline event for 2 days on Sigma. This will be financial control issues, and basically that will be the end of the first cycle of training. The next cycle of training will be in early autumn, and we also invite all the colleagues to join our events, not only during trainings, but in general. You know that the national agency conducts a lot of nice events, trainings, workshops. So, dear colleagues, please join us. We are always glad to see you. And thank you again, Mr. Lech and your colleagues, for our today's event. Thank you so much. And I wish all of you a great day and a calm and safe night, and peace to all of us. Thank you.